that Lillard will not return and how the team will have to alter its approach if he doesn't. So they're saying there's much more hope, but it doesn't feel like there's a lot of hope that Dame will be able to play. And either way, even with Damian Lillard and Giannis, the Bucks are not going anywhere past the first round. That's the sad, unfortunate reality. Fun show. Thanks to Pete Bellotti. Thanks to Marco Bellotti. I'll be back with you guys Monday morning. We'll be breaking down the Final Four. This is Pat Boyle. Maggie and Perloff up next on the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Maggie and Perloff on the Infinity Sports Network.
Curry gets Hashimura. Kuminga screens. Curry gets Doncic. That's the matchup they like. They throw to Draymond. Back to Curry. Little daylight. It's a three. That's good! Curry from way downtown. 114-104. Warriors up 10. 2 minutes to go.
Tim Roy on Warriors Radio, and the Warriors get a huge win in LA last night. Welcome to the show, Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. Pearl, had they lost this game, Warriors could have dropped down to 8th place in the Western Conference standings, but they win. Now they're just a game back of the Lakers. If the playoffs ended today, this would be your 4-5 matchup. And I think Laker fans are suddenly very nervous that this could be the 4-5 matchup because without Anthony Davis on the Lakers, this team looks different with regard to the Warriors and how they match up. And now the Warriors look like, I'm not going to say it was easy at any point, but you might feel a little more comfortable if you're Golden State.
Yeah, you have about 6 games left. There obviously is a mitigating factor that Adam Silver is going to force the officials to make sure this doesn't happen because they would be so sad if they lost.
Wait, who's
LeBron.
the conspiracy theorist around here?
Oh, God. If they lost LeBron and Steph playing each other in the first round, that would be one of the worst disasters to happen in the NBA in years. So that nobody wants this. No one on earth wants this matchup. But you're right. It does. It's possible. They're all so clustered together. It could go one of 10 different ways with 6 games remaining. But no, the Lakers don't want the Warriors. The Lakers need certain teams. They are so matchup dependent, right?
Yes.
We know their history against the Nuggets. I don't think they want to see the Thunder until it's way, way, way deep into the playoffs. So now you add the Warriors to that list of teams the Lakers don't want to see.
Yeah, which is funny because the Lakers had kind of had their way with the Warriors early on in the season and still owned the season series against them. But again, it looks very different now when you don't have, Anthony Davis in the paint and Steph Curry was getting whatever he wanted, but it is Steph Curry.
And the Jimmy Butler factor, too.
And Jimmy wasn't even like a huge scoring threat last night, but at the end of the game coming up with a big play, hitting free throws, Draymond campaigning for Defensive Player of the Year, had Reggie Miller in his corner last night on the broadcast saying, just give him the award already. And I think Draymond may have had like his signature moment. I don't know if he's going to win the award, but he had his signature moment of the season, perhaps, when he strips Luka Doncic, who's coming to the basket while the Lakers are down 6 with under a minute to go. And Luka was dreadful last night shooting, right? Terrible. Couldn't hit a shot from 3, but with down 6 with under a minute, you think, all right, there's a chance. This is the NBA. And Luka goes to the hoop against Draymond, and Draymond just strips the ball from him, and that was basically it. And Luka holds his head and took a lot of accountability, to be fair, after the game, said I was really, really bad. And we all saw that.
Well, that's the Luka experience, right? Yeah. I was just talking to EJ. I mean, how many times has he gone 1 for 9 from 3 in a game? Or 0 for 8? Or he was 0 for 6 last night. He's James Harden. He'll get so hot and cold. But that being said, the one thing that if I'm a Lakers fan, he did this all last year. He would have these cold games. And then what did he do in the playoffs?
Yeah, 35 points and being awesome.
He got enough of those non-horrible shooting nights together so he's the streakiest superstar we have. He'll go 6 for 12 from 3, and he'll go 0 for 10. Yeah. But he won't stop shooting. That's Luka. That's what you signed up for.
Yeah, so I'm curious from the Laker fans at 888-710-4ISN getting a little nervous about this 4-5 matchup. I know we got a lot more basketball to play, so things could happen. In fact, the Warriors could. There's a world where the Warriors could move up to 3rd. It's possible. They play the Nuggets tonight? I think tonight, right? Is it back-to-back? Anyway, from that side, and then from the Warriors side of things, I mean, I don't know if we can understate what another title would do for Steph Curry. I was thinking about that last night. because, the broadcast and post game and everything was making a big deal about LeBron and Steph through the years, right? And all the meetings they've had and the 4 straight finals. And it's not that I'm trying to resurrect an old argument. I'm just saying that LeBron with the minutes record and there's just so many lists that he's at the top of. Not that Curry's not too, but like LeBron just feels like he kind of put this distance a little with Curry, which is funny because, 4 titles for Curry. But imagine if Curry gets the 5th.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
The 5th. I think there's already people out there. I don't know if they'd ever say that Steph is better than LeBron. It's so weird because they're so different from each other. It's so apples and oranges. But they'll say Steph had a greater impact on the league than LeBron, and they'll use that to say that he's like. Again, I need a different word for better. It's not better.
Transcendent.
Sure.
No, I mean.
But I think if Steph gets a 5th.
Here's what I'm hearing, Maggie, that you're saying. If Steph wins a 5th, then there's a legit debate between Steph and LeBron. But you can't have a legit debate between Michael Jordan and Steph Curry because no one's saying Steph Curry is better than Jordan.
No, because Steph Curry isn't nearly the defender that Jordan
right.
was.
So that automatically means LeBron is not in the one conversation. If he's actually debating with Steph.
All right. You're going to pin me into this thing. But let's put Jordan on top now, and then let's go LeBron and Steph.
Cut that clip right there, Manny.
How dare you? It's too early in the morning.
I gotcha. I logicked you into finally I won the debate.
Did you have coffee yet, Maggie?
I wasn't prepped. I told you guys my alarm. It went off I woke up 2 minutes before my alarm went off and just took a major L. It's the worst thing that can happen when you wake up before your alarm and you're hoping you have like an hour or 2 left and it's 2 minutes before your alarm goes off. I've been thrown off the whole day. But I do know this. I do know that a 5th title changes things for Curry.
Well,
in a legitimate way. You
honestly,
disagree?
I kind of disagree because I think Jordan is one. It does change things, but I don't think he breaks through past LeBron. I don't think it's enough.
But he breaks the tie with LeBron in terms of titles.
Right, but you're already willing to put LeBron ahead of Jordan despite having less titles.
Yeah,
so a lot of people blow through the title aspect of this.
Bill Russell, if it's just about titles, then we're having the totally wrong conversation, right? But there's something about this rivalry, which I always kind of rejected, quite frankly, like the LeBron-Steph rivalry.
Yeah, because they don't look the same. They don't really. Do they cover each other that much? How many times have they actually matched up in these through the years?
Yeah, I mean, not a lot.
Anyway, did Larry Bird and Magic didn't really match up either, so I think that's fair.
That's true,
Yeah.
And I know they met in all these finals. Like, I get it. It was, if anything, this should be the rivalry. But it almost felt like LeBron and Steph, maybe more specifically LeBron, like never wanted to engage. Like Steph will do petty king stuff but they either they didn't want to engage in friendly fire, if you will. And I think LeBron always was complimenting Steph and always maybe held out this hope that maybe they'd team up.
The word is
I don't know.
recruiting, not complimenting.
Maybe I'm reading this totally wrong, but I think that there's a chance that right here at the end, Pearl, when LeBron is 40 and Steph is 37, and both have 4 titles, and we're both talking about them being the players of their generation. LeBron kind of 2 generations, and now Curry kind of 2. And who you got conversation, barbershop, bar room, all that stuff. I think that the Curry 5th title really does change it. I think it does. Because you could say LeBron, one of the best things about him is his longevity. Well, what about Steph? He's got the longevity conversation too, and if he rips off another one here,
I just think they're too different. I don't think, honestly, if he does rip off another one here, it'd be kind of a miracle. I don't know how.
Unbelievable.
I don't know how they're going to get.
Because he's still the alpha too. Even with Jimmy Butler
I'm
and
just saying,
Draymond.
If they can get through this West and then beat the Celtics or the Cavs, that's almost as Cinderella-ish as Davidson to me. It's crazy, but would that be amazing? But I just don't think he could pass. There was a debate the other day. Did you see any of this online when Jokic scored 61 and Russ blew the game for him?
Yeah.
I saw a lot of people. There was a big online debate. Is Jokic so unquestioned the best player in the NBA that there's not even a close second? And actually, whose name popped in my head right now It was not LeBron, obviously, because he's 40. It was Steph. I'm like, yeah, are we sure that Jokic is better than Steph?
Steph had just dropped 52 this week.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, I do think everyone kind of agrees that Joker is the best player in the NBA. But I honestly, the one guy that jumped in my mind as a antidote to him is like, well, Steph's pretty hard to stop too. Maybe Steph is still right there as the best player in the league. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has a great, he'll probably be MVP.
Yeah, Giannis at his
but
peak.
I still think Steph is a dominant force. It's hard to compare him one-on-one with those other kind of players because he's small. He's a three-point shooter. He doesn't play defense, right? So it's very hard. It's almost like if you think of the Steph debates, he just is like on a different path. It's almost like you have to have a separate category for Steph when you're ranking players because it's like LeBron, Michael Jordan, Kareem. Like, who's going to compare Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Steph Curry? It doesn't make any sense.
No, it wouldn't. But you know how I know Manny's a big racing fan, and I forgive me if this is a little bit of a clunky analogy, but sometimes in a race, whether it be an auto race or a horse race, you have like someone who comes on the outside.
The
whole
guy on the
pack is there.
outside,
and then the outside guy, and like all of a sudden the outside guy comes and win. I almost feel like that could be Steph in the greatest of all time debate. It's not. He's not going to beat Jordan, and whether you think of Kareem or whether you think of Wilt or Bill Russell or whoever is your guy. But there's this as you said, Curry's so different. There's like this lane where he kind of and he's coming on the outside, and then go horsey go, and then all of a sudden he's like topped LeBron in this conversation because he may have the 5th title.
Wow, that would be. That's the problem.
I'm not
with
really
this
a
debate.
racing person.
That's the problem. Yeah, I like it though. That's the problem with this Curry debate. Our former boss, we know this, Spike Eskin, has been yelling at the mountaintop that Curry's better than LeBron already. So how can you put LeBron over Jordan? It hurts LeBron, honestly. If that's another reason for LeBron to avoid the 4-5, 1,000 reasons. I mean,
they better get on their.
They have 6 games left. He better play 38 minutes a game, and he and Luka better win these games.
See, is that the answer though? Playing more minutes?
Get to the 3 seed. Yes, the answer here is stay out of that 4-5. You would have, as it stands now, you would have the Warriors with Jimmy Butler, basically undefeated for all intents and purposes, and then the Thunder, the dominant team of the season. No, you want. If they got up to 3, they'd have Memphis in the first round, and then the winner of the Rockets T-Wolves. Come on. Yeah. That's night and day. You gotta really, the Lakers better batten down the hatches and go after it in this last 6 games.
888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. EJ, I feel like I saw you shaking your head, scoffing. I don't know if there's some curses over there.
No cursing, just the idea that Steph and LeBron aren't rivals. I'm trying to tell you guys this since I got here, that they are the ultimate rivals.
Dude sounds like a sailor back here.
Ultimate rivals like Bird Magic?
Yeah, this generation.
Really? Because I agree with Maggie. They're so friendly, though.
I think you guys are really whitewashing the early parts of this rivalry. It was not that friendly.
Well, Draymond kicking LeBron in the junk.
LeBron wearing the Ultimate Warriors shirt after winning a championship.
Sure.
The way, Maverick Carter was saying you can't put Steph that high. He doesn't play defense. Like, this was not. It's been friendlier now to Perloff's point because LeBron has wanted to play with Steph and probably recruit Steph. It was not that way early on.
I'll give you that, but EJ, that was 10 years ago.
I wouldn't give you that at all.
Steph fans remember.
I'm not going to give you that at all because Steph was like Wayne Gretzky, who's in the news a lot now. He had his other guys around him do the dirty work. So Steph stayed above the fray. I don't think it's the same. Bird and Magic, Magic did a little bit too, but it was a different time. I just think that those guys were in the press and lots of stuff was happening. I don't see any of that. Remember the Isaiah Thomas, Bird, Magic issue and all that stuff? Like, it was a different time.
Well, I think you're talking about like hatred.
They hated each other,
right? But that was the ultimate competition. You're talking about, those I'm talking about Steph and LeBron. Those 4 years in a row playing in the finals. That was as competitive as it gets. And you're talking about who the best player in the NBA is. That's what they were fighting for.
You know what I think is, for me, unfortunately, and I hate to bring another person into this, but I feel like KD kind of ruined it because what's that?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Because I think we were headed for something pretty unbelievable because Curry clearly had the better team always, but LeBron was the best player. And I even thought LeBron could have won MVP in one of the finals that they lost, right? Yeah. And LeBron's going in there with J.R. Smith, doesn't know the freaking score, like he's high as a kite, Matthew Dellavedova playing is literally almost to the brink of death, had to go to the hospital after these games. LeBron was going in to a gunfight with a knife. and yet still like made this compelling. But then when Durant came over, it was so game, set, match. What is it, 4-1 and 4-0?
Yeah, but
were the next two finals?
That's true, but you still had two epic finals before that where it was no Kevin Durant, and one where it was, again, Steph trying to figure it out through the first series, and Andre Iguodala having to guard LeBron. You mentioned LeBron's heroic performance in the loss.
Yep.
And then the next year, they come back 3-1. I mean, those were, and Draymond kicking guys in the junk. Again, those were epic series.
No, they were.
And I think, and maybe it comes from me, I'm a huge Steph Curry fan. I've been on this side of it. There is no love lost when it comes to LeBron and Steph situation. That's not.
Well, I'll give you this. I think Steph, the petty king, the baby assassin, all that stuff, Steph doesn't, he'll put it out there, but he's not like talking junk on podcasts and going through the media and like, Stephen A. Smith and he doesn't use the machine. But
I'm the petty king.
Steph is a killer.
Absolutely.
And LeBron is in a different way, but Steph is a killer.
I don't even think it's a top 15 NBA rivalry. There's so many better ones.
That's insane to me.
There's so many. I mean, obviously you got Wilt Russell because they don't play the same position.
That has nothing to do with anything. Magic and Bird didn't play the same position, so we got to stop
but that was
Caitlin and Angel don't play the same position.
We got to stop that. That's not a point in this.
But when I think of rivalries, like you need hatred, you need like real venom.
I think that again, I think we were being very recency biased. I think those first two finals, there was trash talk. LeBron's punching Steph shot into the stands and talking trash to him in the Cleveland when they were coming back from 3-1. That was not. Those were intense series. I just think this is a little bit recency bias because they've gotten so friendly. Which is, guess what? What happened to Magic and Bird? Same thing.
Yeah.
Hated each other, and guess what? They did a commercial together.
Yeah.
They realized, hey, we're kind of pretty similar, and then they ended up being a lot more friendlier towards the end. It's the exact same thing.
It is. To me, it's not. I don't even think it's even close. I mean. I obviously had Isaiah and Bird, and there was just a lot going on. And Isaiah and Magic being best friends, there was real animosity. I don't believe it. I just think Steph and LeBron are too nice.
Well, let's not mistake the niceness. So we had.
I do think. I think Steph is. No, I do think these guys are just cut out different than those other guys we're talking about. Like Jordan. Jordan's a killer. Kobe's a killer. And if you put on I understand that LeBron and Steph are competitive, but they're not. They're just different. I
mean, LeBron's business part of it, he says Steph doesn't belong in the top 10 conversation. I don't know. I mean, I don't remember, Michael Jordan needing somebody to talk about anybody. He talked about it himself.
Yeah, he just had a giant camera crew create a 10-part documentary.
Right, exactly.
But here's the thing, Steph never responded to that. I think that's what I'm saying, where they kind of were conscientious objectors about this. Like, I don't remember Steph also clapping back. Now, maybe he did and I'm just forgetting it, or maybe he did something a little more subversive. I guess I think they're both come off as nicer guys, I guess, or good guys, easy to root for. But we all know they're stone cold killers. We were talking to Brendan Haywood yesterday. Brendan Haywood, the North Carolina player and won a championship with the Mavs. And he's got this cool thing because he was teammates with both Michael Jordan and LeBron James. Like, how many people can say that? And he said, I asked him, what's the difference? And he said, Michael is just that killer on the outside. If you can't help me win, I've got no use for you. LeBron was more like, play mind games with you. Like, I'll put my arm around you. I'll try to pump you up. I'll try to, be a little more like use different techniques and tactics to try to get the best out of you. And I guess I would have to imagine that Curry maybe is a little more like LeBron in that way.
Kobe and Jordan are just different. I mean,
I'm not saying it's better or worse, by the way.
There's what I would call, and I think I'm stealing this, the killer scale. Jordan and Kobe are one spectrum, and LeBron is just not where they are. He's a different kind of killer, and especially early in his career when he would pass up the last second shot. We all killed him for that. I just think they're totally different. I mean, also the league is different. It's so much. Those guys are both billionaires. It was way different back in the day. I think it was much scrappier.
888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. We get it going here. So we kind of got two things. Do you consider Steph and LeBron one of the great rivalries of the NBA? And also, does a Steph fifth title, how does that change who we think about as the player of the generation? Again, it's not all about ring counting, but man, what it would represent. 888-710-4ISN. We've got so much to do, including some football news. This one came across yesterday and we were giddy about it. Like, this is just a fun topic. We're going to bring it up next. Has to do with quarterback, and we'll tell you what's going on in just moments. Hang with us. It's M&P. Let's put Jordan on top now.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back. Maggie Gray, Angie Perloff. We're talking about Warriors' big win over the Lakers last night. We don't generally just talk about single NBA games around here, but this was worthy of it because of what it means. The Warriors really hanging right there with LA. They're only a game back, and this would be the 4-5 matchup, the first-round matchup in the Western Conference playoffs if the season ended today.
Yeah, sorry, I was distracted. I'm looking at lists of the greatest individual NBA rivalries because we're debating Steph Curry, LeBron James. Where does that rivalry place? So Yardbarker, the famous sort of list site, they have it at 5, but they have Larry Bird and Isaiah at 7. Those guys genuinely, they ended up press conferences talking about their animosity towards each other. I just think, and I saw another one, KG and Tim Duncan. I mean, everyone knows that KG was trying to get under Tim Duncan's skin for his entire career. I need hatred and bitterness, and I can't buy that Steph and LeBron have ever had that. That's why I'm slow on this rivalry. The other thing, too, is everything the Warriors do is to protect Steph so he doesn't have to play defense. Like, those guys are Steph's so dependent on the Warriors system. It doesn't feel like Wilt Chamberlain versus Bill Russell to me. They feel, again, like they're two different kinds of players. I'm not buying it.
But they are the players of this generation. And it's weird because they played so long. It's like they're kind of 2 generations in.
Yeah, they're playing. And the last generation, that's a good point.
Yeah, right. 888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. LeBron, the chosen one. Curry, the underdog, which I don't know if he still fits that moniker. But let's go to the phones. Brandon is in Dallas. What do you think about this rivalry, Brandon?
I mean, I think it's a generational style rivalry. It harkens back to the old days. I view it just because they don't scowl at each other. There is a competitive fire. They go after each other. If you look at 2016 all the way even to now, no matter what the teams are, both Curry and LeBron bring it in a competitive fire. Just because there's no scowling,
right,
just because there's no open hatred, it's a rivalry, and I really do enjoy it. It reminds me of the Birds and the Magic. Magic would smile and try to cut your heart out, while Bird would talk trash and do it.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of the same thing. I'm just enjoying seeing it again and hope to see more in the future from this new generation coming up.
Yeah, Brandon, ditto.
You're not going to get it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I watched the Timberwolves and the
Pistons.
Fight? I know they're not obviously next door rivalries, but they were beating the crap out of each other.
Let me tell you
week.
Let me tell you about a guy named Isaiah Thomas.
No, I understand, Pearl, but you can't.
You have no idea. He would smile and he would stab you in your chest, not in your back. That guy, those guys were vicious back then.
But just because those guys are on the Mount Rushmore of viciousness, doesn't mean guys today don't want to win. Like
they want to win, but they're not mean because they're gigantic billionaire brands. Like we will never have the NBA of the 80s and the 90s with Jeff Van Gundy hanging on to Morning's leg. Like those days are gone. I just think that the league is different now.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like, who is it? Tatum and Booker? Who else has who has some animosity?
Doncic and Booker.
What's that?
Doncic and Booker.
Doncic and Booker. I mean, I still think they're there. You also have to give it a little time to develop. Like, it's time and place, The one thing about Magic and Bird is you also had the Celtics and the Lakers who have a huge history, who kept playing each other in the finals early on in both of their careers.
I mean, in the finals, yeah.
But early on, too, to set the tone. It's kind of like Caitlin and Angel, like they got this great rivalry got going from college also. Yeah. And we'll see how it goes with the WNBA. You got to get in early with these rivalries.
Yeah, I just think that you don't have, it's kind of like the NFL, too. You're just not going to, sports have changed so much. Guys are more loyal to their agents. LeBron represents half the league already. How's he going to have rivalries? I mean, his agency, there's way too much business going on here.
Yeah, but he doesn't represent Steph.
Do you know what's going to happen? Steph's going to be the replacement for Steve Nash on the Wine Podcast someday. This is not a rivalry.
The Wine Pod. Leo's in Dallas. Leo, what do you think?
Well, on a couple of topics, even if Curry wins this 5th title, I don't think that puts him in any kind of GOAT conversation. I think what hurt that was the fact that they recruited Durant to the Warriors after that loss. If they wouldn't have done that, that probably would have gave him a chance for Curry to be like in the GOAT conversation and maybe a rivalry. But the fact that they went out and got Durant, kind of to beat LeBron, I think that kind of killed all this conversation. And there is no rivalry in sports no more because these leagues want to appeal to all the masses, And if the NBA was back like in the 90s and 80s, they wouldn't be these $9-10 billion leagues they are today. It'd be a lot smaller. We'd probably get better rivalries, but
yeah, but Leo,
it's just everything's changed.
That's kind of short-sighted by the league, right? And I know you're citing the fact that the league has grown and it's billions and billions, but rivalries are what build leagues, and rivalries certainly built the NBA.
Well, maybe that's why the ratings are sort of flat, because you don't have people hating each other.
Rivalries
it's just oversaturated.
Yeah.
Everything's oversaturated. We have so many games. We have so many streaming. Yeah, they're going to keep gaining viewers, but there's no die-hard fans. There's no rivalries. Like, sports is changing because they want to appeal to everyone and not just like, hey, this is our sports. It's nitty-gritty.
Yeah, Leo,
the NFL, hard-hitting. Everything's just changed because of the money.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. I don't have such a downer view on it like you do. I watch, I still think rivalries, okay, maybe it's not as overt outright, but like I consider my team, our team to have the team I root for, the Buffalo Bills, to have a rivalry with Kansas City.
Don't you have to win one to have a rivalry?
Thank you, Perloff. I consider, I think that's alive and well. I think that, I watch these guys across the glass, these diehard Knicks fans. They hate Trae Young. They hate the Celtics. It's alive and well there.
Oof, gosh, I could not disagree more. I honestly think rivalries have gotten so watered down.
Can we pause, though, on something that Leo brought up that I think is kind of interesting? It's a little in the weeds, but not really, because we're all diehard sports fans, which is when the Hamptons thing happened, Kevin Durant's free agency.
Yep.
And everyone had to go to this place on Long Island, this fancy mansion, and everyone had to go and sell Kevin Durant. And Tom Brady showed up, remember, to try to pitch the Celtics. And, it was a big deal. And everyone from the Warriors showed up. It was like Curry, Draymond, Klay Thompson. I don't know if Steve Kerr was there, but whatever. And the fact that Curry showed up and was on board at the time was kind of said as look how unselfish he is.
Yeah, which he is.
Right, that was a positive. Leo just brought it up, though, as a negative. Yeah. And I'm curious how time has changed that, because at first it was a positive. Wow, look at Steph. He's willing to, scooch over a little bit and make room for Durant, who's at the peak of his powers. That was seen as a good thing. Now is it seen as a negative thing, because does it look like Curry needed Durant?
Of course. There's no doubt about it.
Positive or negative?
Yeah, it's definitely a negative, just like it was with Durant to choose the Warriors. But I think also, in that point, brings up another point. You can't have a rivalry because of the sort of frequency of free agency now. You're always recruiting too. Like you can't fight with these guys because you're going to want them on your team. The birth of the super team also. I think when the Heat got together, that was sort of the end of rivalries. And I just don't think it exists. I'm looking at the top. Can you see Giannis having a real rivalry? First of all, he's way too nice.
Well, he's also looking for his next team.
Yeah, I think it's the nature of the NBA.
Milwaukee.
The nature of the NBA, guys used to be stuck with their teams, and you were more loyal to your team. Now you're definitely more loyal to your brand. I mean, Steph and LeBron have more of a rivalry. Whose next movie that they produce is going to make more money? These guys are board members. I mean, it's so different. It's just not the same. It can never be like it was in the Boston Garden back in the 80s.
What'd you call them, board members?
They have boards of their production companies. Like LeBron's Spring Hill. Steph has a huge production company now. He just did a show about himself and an old high school friend. This is not. It's not Isaiah Thomas and Larry Bird. It's just not going to be that way.
I don't know. So if we found out years later that somehow Isaiah and Larry had secretly teamed up for a whiskey brand, all of a sudden that rivalry doesn't matter anymore.
Magic and Bird did one of the most iconic commercials ever. They did the Weapons Converse commercial. They were on the same company. This idea that because you're a brand, you're not a rivalry. I don't understand this. I don't get it.
Do you really think? I just think that I disagree with Maggie big time. I don't think rivalries are anywhere like they used to be. Even though I think there's only one real rivalry that's kept the heat over the years, and that's Ohio State, Michigan. The rest of them, Duke, North Carolina, people barely even watch anymore. The Red Sox, Yankees used to be on my TV every week, and now that is not the same. I just don't think and NFL. The Bears, Packers, there's a little trash talk between Matt LaFleur and the new coach, but I just don't think it's the same. I think the league, as the last caller said, it's just gotten too big and there's too much money involved and guys switch teams all the time. It's nothing like the old school where you're stuck as a Packer for life.
I think Cincinnati, Kansas City is a rivalry. I think Steelers, Ravens is a rivalry. You and I just see it differently. 888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. What do y'all think? We're talking about LeBron and Steph. Do you consider this an all-time great NBA rivalry? Bogusch, what's up?
Guys,
Did you ask Clyde Frazier about this, by the way? And next time you see him.
That's my new buddy.
Bogusch was hanging out with Hall of Famer Walt Clyde Frazier the other day.
What is going on?
Yeah, I had a big week.
Star-studded. I mean,
seriously,
Walt a little bigger than the new Fordham coach, whose name I already forgot.
Yeah, that's fine. But I mean, again, if you're making news in New York and you're having random events on Monday nights or Wednesday afternoons, I'm your guy to host it.
Where'd you see Walt?
I was at like a kind of like a memorabilia signed autograph dinner picture taking event.
A sign and smile.
Yeah. And Clyde knows what he's doing.
Oh,
he's a pro.
How many of those do you think he's done in his life?
Well,
1,000?
Right. So you'd think he might take 1 or 6 off, but he was locked in.
I think he's one of those guys like Shaq and like Charles Barkley, people who love being them.
Yes.
It's probably awesome to be Walt Frazier. It's awesome to be Shaq, and they lean into it, so you got to deliver every time.
You're 100% right. No one loves being Clyde more than Clyde. Yeah.
Life's got to be good.
Headlines are sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Your small business keeps you on the go. Progressive Commercial Insurance keeps your policy within reach with our easy-to-use mobile app. Learn more at progressivecommercial.com.
Whoop.
The conspiracy grows. The Dodgers have now placed Freddie Freeman on the IL with a re-sprained left ankle from slipping in the shower, something no one has ever done before.
I think it was the horseplay that got us all in trouble with that story a couple days ago.
Were we in trouble?
Well, it got Perloff in a little bit of trouble. I didn't want to point fingers because he slipped in the shower. He said he was in the guest bathroom because they're renovating the master bath. And he slipped because he didn't understand the dimensions of the guest bathroom. Oof. And then we all bought that. And then Perloff said, but wait a minute, I thought it was horseplay, like he was playing catch or something.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's got little kids, right? That's why,
got to get the arm loose for the game, so.
I thought one of those guys over there suggested like horseplay, like locker room horseplay.
No, that it was EJ suggesting that maybe it was Freeman and Mrs. Freeman.
That too happened, right? Yeah.
And how would he sprain his... Well,
his ankle was already hurt.
Yeah. I don't know.
This still
now
makes
suddenly
all
we're all
the sense
staring
to me.
off into space. But the worst part is that he's on the IL now. So that stinks because it's escalating. It's getting worse, not better.
No, the worst part is, at least for me, in him describing what happened, I'm now thinking of a naked Freddie Freeman sprawled on his bathroom floor, which I don't need to think of because he's like, you're welcome for the mental picture. I'm like, I'm not thanking you for that, Freddie.
There are worse people to think of without clothes on.
I think most men fall on that. I don't need any big, small, athletic or not. I don't need a guy like in pain on all fours naked on a shower floor. No thanks.
Well, nobody looks good there. That's a vulnerable spot.
I love the fact that it means nothing to the Dodgers. Like, we'll lose another MVP, a Cy Young here. No big deal.
Yeah, they'll be fine.
Yeah.
We're only 8-0.
Which it's a funny story for what happened, but the actual baseball impact is nil. Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, as a light Thursday night on the diamond, the Brewers, a 1-0 win over the Reds. Cincy is the first team since the 1960 Phillies to lose 3 straight 1-0 games. No such offensive issues, though, for the Yankees.
Here's a pitch to Judge. Swung on a hit to right center field. It's hit well. Got carried. Say goodbye. 3-run homer. Aaron Judge. 3-0. Yankees here in the first inning. Hey now.
Dave Sims with the call. Susan
hey now.
Waldman with the giggles on WFAN here in New York.
Aaron Judge
helping the Bombers build a 9-3 lead on Arizona last night in the Bronx. They held on for a 9-7 win, avoiding a 3-game sweep. The homer was Judge's 500th career extra base hit. Only DiMaggio and Gehrig got there in fewer games in Yankee history.
It's definitely an incredible honor, but I try not to look at too much into it. Like I said, I got a lot of work to do, and we'll keep it at that.
Judge has 5 homers and 15 RBI through 6 games. His team has gone deep already 22 times. That's 5 more than anyone ever over the first 6 games of a season.
Hey now!
We can stay in New York and check on the Nets and T-Wolves.
Nikhil with it, wing left. He'll feed Randall inside the arc. Bumps backs, 2 on him. Kick out in, up top, 3 ball. He rattles it in. Anthony Edwards, his 5th 3 of the night for the 2nd straight game. 28 points on the evening. He's 10 of 13 shooting. The shooting touch is back.
Alan Horton, T-Wolves Radio. Edwards stayed on 28 in a 105-90 Minnesota win. Maybe most importantly, he survived a twisted ankle scare. He stepped on the foot of Nets head coach Jordi Fernandez after a shot earlier in the game.
I thought you were going to say shower.
No,
we can't have two of those in 1 week.
Post-game issues I'm not sure of. This is on-court, fully clothed.
Well, ask if his house is getting renovated at all. They need to go in the guest bathroom. Meanwhile, quick segue. Speaking of Anthony Edwards, we're going to have his former college coach is going to be joining us later on in the show, Tom Crean, who got to Final Four with Marquette and Sweet 16, right, with Indiana. He is going to join us later on in the program.
Damn, true.
Yeah, I'm curious. I have a couple questions from Anthony Edwards. I hope we get to it because that dude's a character.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking about something. I'm like, I don't think this is for air, but yeah, he has some stuff going on.
Uh-huh. Well, not the personal stuff I was going to ask about.
Oh, his fathering skills? Oh, my God.
That made the rounds on the internet
I was
yesterday.
not trying to go there, but yes.
By the way, I don't know. Can we confirm that? It's like that was somebody saying that he's had 4 kids now with 4 different women in 4 years or 3 years or something. But can you even confirm that that's true?
I mean, you can.
You can. I don't know if
No,
we've
I
done
know,
that.
but I don't have like the birth certificates in the hospital in Minnesota somewhere or wherever these kids, the mothers are.
Well, the mothers have been talking, so.
I know some of them put some text messages out, but I wasn't sure if all of them had confirmed.
Wait,
this.
one of them was in court.
Yeah,
right?
one of them did an interview or something.
Yeah, we have an affidavit
But
or
that's
something.
one. They're alleging 4. It's a leap.
I've just been following what he's been saying in this court case, and it is not good.
Oh, I have not been following.
Yeah. I think it's a court case, right? He's basically making a lump sum payment for child payments.
Yes, he is.
And he's trying to separate himself from the situation for what it's worth.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well.
So much for not getting in his personal life.
Well, there we go. Then we just did it.
He can hoop, though.
Guy can ball. Bogues, thank you.
Oh, my pleasure.
All right. Well, meanwhile, his college coach, we are going to talk to him. Not about that. No, we'll talk about the basketball stuff. Meanwhile, we've got NFL for you, and we're answering this question and asking you, is LeBron and Steph one of the great NBA rivalries of all time? 888-710-4ISN. Let's go.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. $45 seconds remaining. $30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back. Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. Warriors beat the Lakers in LA last night, and we're asking about the LeBron James-Steph Curry rivalry, which as I'm watching this game, it kind of hit me what a fifth title would do for Curry in this LeBron-Curry rivalry. And then Perloff, you kind of like took issue with the whole premise. You don't think that they actually have this big rivalry. You don't see it that way.
Well, I think you're talking about two things. Where do they end up on the all-time player list? Can Steph make a move with a fifth title? Because when you're talking about titles, really, that's what you're talking legacy. I just can't buy that those two individuals can muster the hate for an old school rivalry. I mean, I know maybe I'm in the minority on this one, but when I think of rivalry, I think of guys who hate each other, and we know now they're kind of love each other. In fact, LeBron's a little thirsty towards Steph, to be honest.
He has been accused of that before. But to be fair, I think there was a moment when LeBron could have joined the Warriors last year and decided not to. Or was that 2 years ago?
Yeah, but I don't think that's because he didn't like Curry. I think he was worried about being called a bus passenger.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like he's thinking about it and did not do it. Lewis is in Dallas as a point. We're talking about the fact that Kevin Durant came over to the Warriors, in my opinion, kind of watered down what had become a great rivalry. LeBron and Steph Curry had played against each other in two pretty epic finals, but then Durant came in and it was 4-1 and 4-0, sweep and a gentleman's sweep, and the Warriors left no doubt. Lewis, you have a point on this, though. Good morning.
Morning, how you doing?
Good.
So with KD coming over, I know you keep saying that KD watered it down, the rivalry, but what people keep forgetting is Kyrie. What about Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh? And now he has Luka. Don't forget about Anthony Davis just as well. So we just can't put it all on KD water down the rivalry. LeBron actually started the water down of the rivalry with that, even though they weren't really playing in the finals as much. But that's just my opinion. I think that LeBron is the reason for the water down. And that's why now you have Jimmy Butler over there. You had KD go over there. You had Andrew Wiggins go over there, who LeBron – not transferred. I'm sorry.
Traded.
Who LeBron
traded for Kevin Love.
Traded for Kevin Love.
But you're always going to have good players if you're making it to the finals, Lewis. I kind of understand your point, but the LeBron-Steph rivalry didn't start until after LeBron left Miami, and it left Dwayne Wade and left Chris Bosh, in my opinion, because that's when they started playing each other in the finals. And Kyrie Irving was a draft pick of the Cavs. Yeah, they brought over Kevin Love, who ended up having, to be honest, one of the big plays of the finals that the Cavs won. Of course, we always remember like LeBron's block on Iguodala. But do you remember it was Kevin Love playing defense on Steph Curry that ended up becoming one of the lasting memories of that finals? Lewis, thank you.
I have another thought. I just thought that what's killed NBA rivalries, in my mind, individual. What changed in 1992?
The Dream Team?
The Dream Team. So now all these guys are buddies. Well, Larry and Patrick Ewing became best friends for life. They were like a buddy pair in a sitcom. I don't know. I wonder if the international experience waters down these rivalries too.
So they ruined the NBA.
The Dream Team ruined basketball. I've never heard that take before.
No, they ruined rivalries.
Ruined rivalries.
No, I mean, it helped basketball.
Can I tell you something funny, how this just so happened to play in this conversation? Did anyone see a clip of Alonzo Mourning that was circulating on the internet yesterday? And it was Alonzo Mourning when he was leaving Charlotte. Charlotte didn't want to pay him. He had 5 teams that were lining up to give him boatloads of money. One of them, your New York Knicks. Patrick Ewing, who, Georgetown, he and Alonzo Mourning, buddy. Alonzo Mourning said, should I come to New York? And Ewing said, don't come to New York. Go to Miami. He said, don't come and play next to me. Let's be rivals. And that led to a great rivalry in the 90s between the Knicks and the Heat.
Yeah, thanks, Pat.
Yeah, I know, sandbagger. Let's go to JT is in Atlanta. Not happy with Perloff this morning. Hi, JT.
Hey, man, he's so hilarious. He's like Rumpelstiltskin. And it's hilarious the things that he's saying that create a non-rivalry, like monetary wealth or other interests or things of that nature. That has nothing to do with whether or not they're rivals. This is definitely a rivalry. And if you watch any of the, I watched the game last night. They were going at it mano a mano. Anytime Steph did something, LeBron wanted to come back and one-up him. And if you don't think that LeBron just absolutely not want to see Steph get his fifth before he gets his fifth, that you got to be out of your mind. Like, he would lose. He might have a Drake-like meltdown if he does not end up with more titles than Steph. Because, again, he's in his era, in his mind, he's the greatest of his generation. Well, go ahead and say that if you want. Sure, the stats will say that, but the rings won't. And I don't know if he can live with that. I think that he'll do everything he can. If Steph was to get another title, he would be the most bandwagon, ring-chasing guy you've ever seen to get another ring, too. He's not going to let Steph end his career with more rings than him.
Well, what if he asked Steph to join him somewhere?
No, that's not going to – I mean, again, Steph would still have more. So if Steph gets one and then they join him, they're still going to have more than him. And so he's not going to go out like that. He would do everything.
Don't you think LeBron's more focused on Jordan? I've always, you're right, Curry.
I think we are very focused on Jordan.
But LeBron talks about Jordan all the time.
Because he's probably asked about Jordan a ton more than Steph.
Well, he's focused on Jordan now, but if he's looking up at Steph, that would change. That changes the whole dynamic. This is their era, and if Steph were to end up with more or have more than him, that just doesn't bode well for his ego. I couldn't see that.
Well, JT, I think you're making a good point because LeBron has the up. I think we all believe, unless you really, love Steph and you're a Steph person, I think the consensus is that LeBron has the upper hand right now, even though they're tied with titles.
I mean, list of greatest players?
Yeah,
of course.
Okay, so that's what I was saying. What would a 5th title do for Steph Curry? Now, I didn't think about it I think it would help him immensely in this argument. What I did not think about was JT's side of things, and JT, thanks, that a 5th title for Curry would send LeBron into, like, another stratosphere. Like, what do you say, a Drake-like meltdown?
I love that.
That was pretty funny.
I think he's 100% right, too, about that part.
Well, listen, what more can LeBron do? They got Luka, for goodness sakes. I mean, play till he's 45? Like, the Luka edition fell into their laps. This is like manna from heaven if you're trying to win a 5th title.
Mike always said that the 6th one was huge for him because he really wanted to pass Magic, that was important to him. And Magic was his friend as well. Like, I think that whole collecting rings thing at that elite level is super important. And who you're ahead of, Shaq always say, I'm ahead of this person, I'm ahead of that person. And Kobe passed him. And the first thing he said at the press conference was, I got one more than Shaq.
Yep.
Like, that matters. I think that would send LeBron into a frenzy.
But I heard LeBron talk about his legacy for a half hour the other day on TV, and it didn't seem like he was focused on Steph. He was talking about Jordan and Kobe.
I think that's because it was on the Pat McAfee show. I think they didn't ask him about Steph, right? He didn't volunteer it. I'll give you that.
I don't know.
It was not a big
LeBron
part of-
controlled that conversation the entire time. He has a podcast. We'll see.
Okay, keep them coming. Steph, LeBron, rivalry. How do you see it? And what would a 5th title do for Curry? Also, we got some NFL news for you. New quarterback in Dallas. And the Raiders made news.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. 15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Maggie and Perloff on the Infinity Sports Network.
Pretty epic game last night in LA. Welcome to the show, Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. As far as regular season NBA games go, this one had it all. Steph Curry versus LeBron James. They're going at each other. Warriors win, which puts them in 5th place now in the Western Conference. Why that's important: 4-5 plays each other in the first round, so it would be Lakers-Warriors if the season ended today. Luka had a terrible game, Pearl. He owned it after, too. He was 0 from 3, just really all-around bad, but LeBron was great. Yep. Austin Reeves was great, and they hung with the Warriors, and every time the Lakers tried to make a run, including cutting it to 6 with under a minute left, it was either the Warriors coming up with a big shot or a big defensive play from Draymond Green. And suddenly this rivalry of Steph and LeBron is back up to a 10.
You know, we had a poll a few weeks ago. Who is more a dangerous threat to win the title, the Warriors or the Lakers? And I was leaning Lakers, and now I'm leaning Warriors. And I feel like I change every day.
You know.
Well, I mean, it's really hard. Honestly, I would bet my house on the Thunder. But I think now you can make a great argument that the Warriors are a more dangerous threat in the West.
So this turned into a conversation about the rivalry between LeBron James and Steph Curry, because we're asking, do you consider Steph Curry and LeBron James an all-time rivalry? And EJ says yes, and I'm leaning more yes because I still believe rivalries exist. You are staunch no. And I know you feel like you're probably on an island here, but can I give you some numbers? Early poll results, Maggie and Pearl on X. Do you consider Steph Curry, LeBron James an all-time rivalry? Again, very early on. 92% say no. So it seems like the public, at least early on, is with you. People do not consider this an all-time rivalry.
Yeah. I think my point about the Dream Team was the key to all this. Because
make it again.
The guys started to become friends because of the international play. Because I just heard LeBron tell the story about bonding with Kobe. Him and Kobe were enemies or didn't get along or didn't talk.
Right.
Because Kobe was so competitive. And then they played in the Olympics famously on the Redeem Team. And then everything changed and then Kobe retired. But Kobe was a killer. Michael Jordan was a killer. Isaiah was a killer. LeBron is too nice. Steph's way too nice. These guys, yes, they're killers, but they're not. They're not going to fight. How many fights has LeBron or Steph ever been in?
Yeah, but they were going at each other a little bit last night. And here's
how
the thing,
many fights?
No, well, none.
0.0.
But here's the thing: they've played in the highest possible stage you can play 4 years in a row. Now, what I think kind of killed this becoming truly an all-time rivalry was the addition of Durant. You know, Durant joined the Warriors and left no doubt. You know, the finals were good between the Cavaliers and the Warriors, and it was 1-1. And then Durant came, and it was 4-0 and 4-1. Sweep, gentleman sweep, or was it gentleman sweep, whatever way that went. And and I'm not trying to just like put the blame on Durant, but it just put the Warriors in a different stratosphere. So.
But don't you think they're so different as players, too? That's part of it. Steph's this little 6'3", 45 foot away from the basket shooter, and LeBron is this 6'9", runs a 4.54. I just think, to me, they're so different. I know Isaiah was a lot different than the guys he was fighting with, but I just feel like they're such different players, they almost don't compare.
I think there's a change, at least like globally, if you will, on what the hierarchy of greatest players of all time or greatest players of this generation, or however you want to put that. I think there's a change in this conversation if Steph Curry wins a 5th title. I don't know if there's a change if LeBron wins a 5th, because I think LeBron is kind of holds that higher mantle right now. He's got the all-time points record. He's LeBron. I think if Curry wins a 5th, I think he starts to really creep into this combo.
If LeBron wins a 5th, the LeBronists are just going to, I have no idea. It is going to be wild.
The LeBronists are like a 7-day Adventist. Like
then
it's
everyone's going to be like, he's going to get the 6th and he's going to come after Jordan. Oh my God. If LeBron gets a 5th, people will not shut up about it forever.
Yeah, probably. I mean, that's the stars.
Which is so funny because
attention.
5 is less than 6.
Yeah, but, Kobe has 5, Magic has 5. I don't know how people put that with Jordan, but, you're right there. And to win one this late in your career and still being awesome. Like, nobody's going to accuse LeBron or Steph of either ring chasing or being bus riders. That's not a thing.
Well,
it's not, Pearl.
I mean, everyone said he left Cleveland. It was a thing for a while. You're telling me it's never been a thing that LeBron needed help?
I guess what I'm saying is I wouldn't look at it like when Karl Malone and Gary Payton joined the Lakers at the end of their careers to try to get their first ring.
That's ring chasing.
That's
ring chasing.
This is not ring chasing. They literally want to win.
But Kevin Durant going to the Warriors was not Karl Malone joining the Lakers in 2004 at 39 years old.
No, I'm saying that Steph and LeBron would still get full credit for these rings because they're
definitely
still the best players on their team. Like, you taking this to football, you will go to your grave not giving Peyton Manning credit for the second ring.
Oh, of course not. But by the way, LeBron.
But that will not happen in this instance if LeBron or Steph win.
LeBron might not be the best player on his team. It's a little different. I think
he was last night. Maybe Austin Reeves.
I mean, if they're going to win a title.
He was, though.
If they're going to win a title, I think Luka has to lead them, right? It's not, I mean.
Well, that's what they hope, but, we got to see it, don't we? I mean, Luka made it to a finals, so that's a great step. But as far as a finisher, listen, he's an all-NBA player. I think we think eventually he's going to get a title. It's just when and what's it going to look like.
The only reason we're talking about this is because of the Luka trade. Otherwise, I don't think anyone would be taking the Lakers seriously as a threat.
I agree with Pearl with that because I think with Curry, the reason why he is not talked about with LeBron, even though he has the same rings, is because for 2 of them, Durant won Finals MVP. He was the best player on the team. I think Curry won the last one.
Yeah.
So I think with LeBron, if he wins another title, but Luka wins Finals MVP, and Luka's the best player, I think people talking about Michael Jordan and LeBron, they'll say, well, you won another title, but Jordan was never the second fiddle when he won a championship. Like LeBron, you were second fiddle to winning a championship, and it hurt Curry. I think it hurt LeBron as well.
Did Jordan win 6 Finals MVPs? I would imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
6 Finals MVPs, never went to a Game 7.
Yep.
Phones. Let's do it. James is in LA. Then we'll get to the Dallas Cowboys in just a moment. But what's up, James?
What's up, people? Maggie Perloff, everything. Hey, shout out to you, Maggie, for mentioning True Romance the other day. I was Clarence about 30 years ago. I mean, there was no killing. But everything else paralleled my life. But we'll talk about that another day.
Whoa.
I love that reference.
James, you just got 1,000% more interesting in my book. What do you have to say about LeBron and Curry?
Yeah, I'm going to say people forget about Tim Duncan and the rivalry right there. Before he even gets to Michael Jordan, who's going to be number 1 forever, you got to catch Tim Duncan. That rivalry that they went through, Duncan swept him the first time, then he went to Miami, and they went back and forth and got one. Ray Allen hit that shot, so Duncan came back and said, you know what, we're going to trade everything. He was a true leader, and they went back and killed him the next year. So before you even get to Jordan, I think you need to go to Duncan, who has 5 rings. So, I'm with that on it. And one thing I will say, I'm with Perloff, I agree. The NBA has changed. Marvin Hagler, the great boxer, said, once you get silk sheets, it's hard to get up at 3 or 4 in the morning and go train. And I think all this money has made people lazy. I really do. They don't have the hunger. When you don't have it, like Jimmy Butler was living the homeless and thing, you saw how hungry he was. But, for that contract and everything. But now that they got money, they can act a fool. Kyrie can act a fool. Jimmy Butler can act a fool.
But James, hold on one second.
They're getting the money.
I hold on one second though. Are you telling me though, when you're watching Steph Curry out there being the babyface assassin, hitting half court shots, when you're watching LeBron James, full head of steam, tomahawk dunk in these big moments, or Jimmy Butler, leaning over the basket stanchion because he can barely breathe in the finals against the Lakers in the bubble. Are you really thinking about their bank accounts at that time? Aren't you just thinking about the great basketball?
I'm not. I'm just trying to tell you how it's real. They're not, LeBron's going to give 100% always. Steph Curry's not a complete player to me because he doesn't play defense.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm always going to put him on a different pedestal. He's there, but he doesn't crack my top 10 because of that fact right there. So I'm always going to give him love, but he's not in my top 10 because he's not a complete player. But yeah, I'm not thinking about their bank account.
Right.
But
So,
it's true. It's true. They're all getting paid a ridiculous amount of money, and I don't think that the competitiveness is there. He's rich. I'm rich. Okay, let's do it.
you're rich. I'm rich. Let's all go eat some caviar and lobster. James, thanks so much. But here's the thing: it's that we act like Barkley and Isaiah and Magic like they were making no money. Like
Barkley probably spent everything he made. So
well,
I'll
I mean
give you
that's
that.
his fault for sitting at a blackjack table. Probably
Shouldn't have taken his hat, Pearl.
90% of his life.
Trust me, Charles probably has gone up and down on that bank account. But it is interesting. I kind of agree that the money is, these guys are important. I mean, LeBron has a lot going on. They're brands just as much as they are players.
Nobody thinks LeBron doesn't care about basketball. Like he's always kept the main thing.
There was a question on the McAfee show in that interview. He sat down and someone said, "How are you producing movies and hosting a podcast and doing all this and focusing on basketball?" And that was a softball interview. That's a legit question.
But you don't see it on the court. Like
You
there's
watch him play.
there's no diminish of anything.
But it is a little different. I mean, you have to admit, LeBron has an agency, for God's sakes. I mean, it's not like it was in the 80s. The money, you can't tell me that guy getting $300 million, I mean, this many players getting X amount of millions a year does not change the character of the league.
Well, here's the thing. I always think this about professional athletes. There's so much of what they do, 90% of what they do, we do not see. LeBron James, so he's got to get himself out of bed at 4 o'clock in the morning for workouts. Kobe could have made $2 billion. I don't think it would have changed his competitiveness at all. I think it's what separates these guys at the very top. At some point, you stop doing it for the money. I really believe that.
Kobe was flying in helicopters to get to workouts. Like, I mean, that's a guy who literally is flying luxury to do 4-hour workouts 2 days a week.
But you're talking about LeBron and Kobe, sort of the greatest of the generation.
That's what I'm saying, though.
But I think he was saying, if you look at the entire league as a whole,
do you think it's changed Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? I don't think it has.
I do think you don't think so. You don't think this influx of money has changed the shape of the NBA at all?
I think it washes out. I think the money washes out guys like who. I remember when I worked with Bart Scott. He said money just makes you more of what you already are. People say money changes you. He said he thought it was the opposite. Money makes you just more of what you already are. So if you were cutting corners and lazy, then the money's just, you're going to continue to do that. If you are a dog and you've got that fight in you, then the money is not going to change that.
Okay.
Luka's going to be the big one. Because I think people are waiting for this big maturity moment from Luka, right? Mm-hmm. And he was bad last night. And the questions about his weight and getting traded away for Dallas for pennies on the dollar and all of that stuff. Like, who's going to be right here? It's like, is Dallas going to end up looking like they saw that he is not a winner or that the money made him, he can't keep in shape and this and that? Or is he going to go through this big maturation and all of a sudden have this new, renewed, like, I don't know, like commitment?
Well, the Europeans seem to be cut out different because Jokic is such a different kind of guy.
But nobody could say he's not committed. Like, I know that he says, I want to go home and I can't wait to go home. But if he really didn't care, he would have gotten his first contract and been on the first plane to Serbia and been gone.
Yeah, like he left, he wouldn't even stay for the parade like he did do.
Yeah, but he actually won the title. So who cares if he wants to stay for the parade?
Like, I think the Europeans approach fitness and everything differently.
I think Dirk Nowitzki was in tremendous shape.
His workouts are legendary.
On. You can't argue that Jokic is as dedicated to his body as LeBron. I mean,
Jokic lost a lot of weight, though. You think about how Jokic came in for the league, before he came into the league, into what he looks like now. I think some of that's a little caricature when we think of like Jokic as
smoking and I don't think he really does.
He was very out of shape when he first got to the league, and
it took him a long time, right?
Yeah.
So he has a different character.
But he eventually, here's the thing about Jokic. I think if people say he doesn't care because he gives off this sort of aloofness.
He says, I don't care all the time.
But if he really didn't, he'd be gone already.
Of course he cares, but I just definitely think like the European players have a different approach to it. And I think Luka does too. I don't think Luka is going to, I just think he's going to approach his lifestyle differently. I mean, that's not
like the hookah and the beer.
Yeah, I think like Vlade Divac smoked throughout his entire career. That was part of his upbringing in Eastern Europe, I think. Yeah, I think it's different. I think it's like he was raised differently. No.
Yeah, but Divac is also from a different era.
But
like,
if
guys
you're gonna
don't
ask
do
me-
that now. Like people used to call Frank Ntilikina from France Frankie Smokes. He really did smoke, right?
No, he did not smoke.
Yeah.
Right, but I just think, if you're going to ask me if there's 12 guys on a team, which guy smokes cigarettes, the first thing you would look for is the European guy, wouldn't you? I thought everybody thought this way, but I guess
I think that's a caricature too. I don't think Wemby smokes.
Definitely not.
no, Eastern European.
Oh, well, I mean, France is known for smoking more than anything, right?
I
don't think Tony Parker was smoking.
I thought you were going to say France is in the eastern part of Europe.
No, Manny.
Let's get this girl a globe.
I've seen a map.
I feel like Luka is picking up the baton from Vlade and Jokic. Of course. What's wrong? If you're from Europe, you are more likely to, go to dinner at 11 o'clock and have some wine.
Well,
why not?
There's also
it's a great
another part
lifestyle.
of this, not to get into a global thing, but there's a lot of people who think that, people are eating healthier actually in Europe. Less things in the food. We don't want to get down the RFK rabbit hole here, but just that there's.
Seems like you just did.
Well, I remember once, you guys know my older brother was a reporter and did a huge profile of Roger Federer.
Oh, is that right?
And Roger Federer sometimes would have a glass of red wine before a match. I mean, hours before, right? If he's playing at night, it's just a different mentality. I don't think anyone thought Roger Federer, wow, what a lush, It's
Drazen Petrovic, was he smoking cigarettes before games?
Man, what a great player.
Yeah, probably.
He was really fit though. He was in great. He was in
those
amazing
guys.
shape.
Those guys were born out of war too, so that was a totally different.
Yeah, I don't think Tony
lifestyle.
Kukoc was sucking down, Marlboros before games.
Kukoc. If we were gonna go who smoked cigarettes on that team,
just taking all the great European players, all right, let's line them up. Peja Stojakovic, your thoughts?
Meanwhile, speaking of that,
Sarunas Marcelotis, 1,000%.
I was just going to bring him up. We did not talk, and the Final Four is obviously going to be today for the women and tomorrow for the men. We did not talk nearly enough about how many European players' kids were playing in that tournament and playing in college basketball.
Oh, it's awesome.
With Paige's kid and Marcelonis's kid, this part of it, we know Carmelo's kid and Kenyon Martin's kid from the American born, but we got the whole second generation Europeans too.
I mean, Domus for the Sacramento Kings. It's awesome.
I'll give you
this about the league.
A definite smoker, Dino Rajda. I think he almost lit up on the court.
He made the Hall of Fame.
Definite smoker, J.R. Smith.
A little different. He's more of a toker.
Oh.
Yeah, I think they were different categories there.
I think JR was smoking blunts though, which is with the cigar paper. That can't be good for you.
Never indulged. Not sure what you're talking about.
He won a title and took his shirt off, so it's all good.
Yeah, I know.
And drank a lot of brown liquor.
And now he plays college golf. One of the weirder turns.
That was 6 years ago now.
Oh, is he out of eligibility?
I'm pretty sure.
I think he's not a COVID year guy.
We talk about quarterbacks who are 27. It's J.R. Smith is 40.
Take that, Tiger.
710-4ISN. All right, we got a little off the path there at the end, but the bigger thing is about the Steph and LeBron rivalry and what would a fifth title do for Curry in this all-time debate.
Can I complicate this already complicated conversation about Curry?
Yes. You can do it quickly, yeah.
We're talking about him passing LeBron, but I think the better question, or maybe even more interesting one, is for best point guard ever, is he catching Magic? Because we've talked to Magic about this.
Yeah, Magic does not like this.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one I'm worried
about. That
about.
argument in so many ways does not make sense to me. How are Steph Curry and Magic Johnson playing the same position?
The league's changed.
Yeah, they don't play the same way.
Mahomes and John Unitas damn sure don't play the same way.
Yeah, but
oh really?
And nobody's comparing those two.
Right,
though.
exactly.
Steph really plays a classic too in many ways, though. I mean, he does bring the ball up sometimes, but
he brings the ball up a lot.
I mean, has he led the his team in assists? How many times has he? Draymond usually.
That's not a prerequisite of being a point guard, though.
Feels like it is a prerequisite to me. I mean, if you think of a point guard, that's the assist guy.
There's a lot of different ways to play point guard.
Exactly. But doing the way I grew up, it was the point guard dribbled around and dished out assists like Rod Strickland.
It's a different league now. I see what you're saying. I agree, but it's just a different.
Yeah, not everyone's Steve Nash.
I mean, Jalen Brunson's averaging almost 30.
Honestly, I don't even think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 exists like they used to.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, so I think that's why it's a funny debate in ways.
888-710-4ISN. Fun basketball conversation this morning, but we have football to get to. And the Dallas Cowboys made a move yesterday, which was very interesting. And the Las Vegas Raiders finally putting some pen to paper. We'll get to that, all of it, in just moments. It's M&P.
No. I need to go home.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
This NASCAR preview is sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. All right, let's take a left turn here with Manny.
Yeah, guys.
What do you got this weekend?
Many left turns will be had on Sunday. The Cup Series heads to the Lady in Black, Darlington Raceway for the Goodyear 400. Brad Keselowski took his Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing number 6 Ford Mustang to victory lane last season. Can he defend his crown, or will it be last week's winner at Martinsville and Denny Hamlin? Could it be standings leader William Byron? What about the guy who won 3 races not too long ago, Christopher Bell, all of them in a row? The Goodyear 400 from Darlington Raceway, the track too tough to tame. Green flag waves Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got to get Manny down to a race and just do video reports. I feel like you have a amazing NASCAR reporter inside of you.
Yeah, Darrell Waltrip, boogity. They're going racing and making left turns.
Yeah,
back up to you guys in the booth.
There you go.
Manny tires all over pit row.
Vroom,
I could see it.
I saw the coolest interview with Dale Earnhardt the other day, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
The best.
Yeah, and he was busting with the boys, and he was talking about how he's obsessive about NCAA 25. And when I say obsessive, you think
college football game.
Yes, the football game, EA 25 actually.
Yeah.
But you guys think I'm obsessive. This guy carries around an iPad that has his depth chart, his playbooks. He has analytics on what plays work and ranks them. This guy, I mean, you guys got to watch this clip. Anybody who's ever listened to the show, the obsessiveness he has with how to build a team on that game is why he was a great race car driver, clearly. Because I was like, I've never seen this before. He was showing it to them. Like, and Trevor Lawrence, like, he's like, am I watching it? What is this?
Trevor, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is the most like us of any big-time professional athlete. All he likes to do is sit on his couch and watch football and play video games and watch Netflix.
Who's his college team? Does he have like one that he played? Did he say who his team is?
Charlotte, because he's from Charlotte. So
he plays Charlotte?
He plays with Charlotte. He's built them into a national power, and he just beat his best friend in the national championship. He's a 3-time national champion, he said. They have a league of 23 people, and it's some of his friends, but some people he doesn't know, too. It's just a league of people, and they play each other. They've been playing since the game came out, and he is a 3-time champion with Charlotte. He's built them into a power.
The Charlotte 49ers football team?
Yes.
I don't even know what conference they play in.
CUSA? Yeah.
CUSA?
Yeah, I think the conference USA.
But he's a big Washington fan, right? Huge, lifelong Commanders.
DC.
Yeah. But he
how'd that happen? I never understood that.
Well, they were really popular when he was coming up.
Yeah, there was no Carolina Panthers when he was a kid, probably. So that's probably the closest team.
Yep. Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
I learned something about
right?
Dale Earnhardt Jr. right there.
Yeah, I was stunned watching this interview. I couldn't believe it.
He was a regular DP show, the nicest guy. So cool. So nice.
He was on your show all the time.
Yeah, he would come. The reason he was always in person, too, because he came to New York all the time. Did he live in New York? Or he was doing so much stuff at NBC, but he's the coolest. Yeah, big fan.
And we do have to get Manny to a race. Meanwhile, let's check in on the Cowboys. Stop the presses. Cowboys traded for a quarterback. Look out, Dak Prescott. Joe Milton is now on your corner. Cowboys acquiring Milton and a 2025 7th-round pick for the New England Patriots 2025 5th-round pick on Thursday. And now Milton is going to be the backup to Dak Prescott. Is this the first time Dak's had any legit competition? Is this legit competition or a legit succession plan? Because Milton is a very exciting player to watch.
Well, the market says no because they traded a higher pick to get Trey Lance. So there's only a 5th-round pick. I'm hearing a lot of hype. Oh, Milton's going to be great. And I love Milton. I was super high on him in college. I thought he was going to be maybe a top 10 pick. But if he was so good, why did the Patriots sign Josh Dobbs and let him go? I'm very confused by this whole situation. Why not just keep him as the backup for Drake May?
I think that Dobbs and Vrabel have a connection, right?
Right.
I think Dobbs, first of all, maybe they thought the way that Joe Milton played at the end, he's not going to be like, a threat to Drake May at all. But maybe they thought Dobbs a little bit more seasoned, has a little more familiarity with the head coach. Backup quarterbacks change around. Your guy Case Keenum yesterday signed with the Bears. It's just like QBs move around, backup QBs.
Yeah, exactly. But I just thought this guy's in his second year. If he was such a prize asset, now these Cowboys fans, our buddy RJ Ochoa, who runs Blogging the Boys, is acting like they just signed the next Roger Staubach. I just wonder why he was available. And again, look at the last couple signings by the Cowboys. They have not worked out. This kind of deal. Trey Lance, Jonathan Mingo. They've made some swings. So I'm a little cautious.
Yeah,
I'm not going to get excited yet.
Okay. I think it's just, you watched when Joe Milton played, and I watched it up close and personal because it was against my Buffalo Bills, and they won, and he was outstanding in that game. So, maybe there's a little something there. The thing about Trey Lance with the Cowboys, I think there was still a mystery around Trey because he was such a high draft pick. And it was like, there's a franchise quarterback in there. You just have to pull it out of him, and he needs reps and all of that. The mystery of Trey Lance, I think, was helping him. And guys who are taken in the first round, I think, always get a little bit of an extra glow.
Definitely. Also, I think there's a lot of mystery around Joe Milton. Joe Milton has the big arm. Trey Lance one thing he could do was run.
Yep.
Joe, I'm not sure if he runs at all, but his arm is crazy. It always has been. The knock on him was he took over Hendon Hooker's offense and could not
do the same thing.
Could not do the same thing. I don't know why. And he was always a little disappointing in Michigan. He was supposed to be the savior. So anyway, there are Cowboys fans are excited. It's funny because they are just looking for any positive news.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, also, when they beat my Bills, Josh Allen played for one snap just to keep his consecutive games played streak intact, which is a little weird.
Go Bills. Also,
gave it over to Trubisky.
Why couldn't they get more? I heard the report there was an offer that was a little better. Why couldn't they get more for him if everyone was so high on him? Why couldn't New England get more than a late round pick?
I don't know. I think we're high on them. The fans are like.
Yeah. But the league might not be ready to go there yet.
Thank you. That's your Cowboy Quickie. Here's one thing about the draft compensation and about the trade compensation. I don't know if sometimes that always tells the whole story, because what was Justin Fields was like nothing. And now 2 years later, when Chicago traded him to Pittsburgh, it was like, what, 5th round pick? I mean, it was barely anything. Right. And now he's the starting quarterback in the league again.
And?
Well, we'll see how it goes. He got $30 million.
I think they were accurately assessed the draft capital that was traded for Justin Fields.
I'm just saying. Let's get to Andrew Bogusch, who's got headlines on this fine Friday. What's up?
Mom, Dad, the 76ers were extra tanky yesterday.
Giannis gets the inbound on the left elbow, puts it on the floor. Bodies, shot fake, got the defender up, and Bona fired the jumper. Got it to go. Counted in a foul.
That's Bucks Radio. Giannis finishing with 35 points, 17 rebounds, and a career-high 20 assists. The first such stat line in NBA history, all coming in a 126-113 Milwaukee win in Philadelphia, extending the Sixer losing streak to 10. They are 3-25 in the last 2 months. And
Dr. J, everybody.
And before all of that, they shut down Tyrese Maxey for the rest of the season to make sure they didn't even consider winning a game again. He hasn't played for a month already with a finger tendon injury.
They flirted with disaster last night, right? That was way too competitive of a game.
And they got the message.
Yeah, somebody.
They lost by double digits.
They were leading in the third quarter.
Yeah.
It was nuts. I actually didn't watch it, but I was following it. I'm like, if they win this game, because they still have to keep off your Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah, and the Nets are doing the same thing. They're good for like 2.5 quarters, and they go, okay, you guys can take it the rest of the way. Milwaukee winning last night, by the way, locked the Heat into the play-in. Miami also saw its 6-game win streak end on a Ja Morant buzzer beater. The Grizz a 110-108 win in South Beach.
How about that Heat culture?
And the
I don't know. What about that Memphis culture? Ja did that gun celebration again. Where it looks like a shotgun, and he already got warned by that, right? Like they told him to knock it off.
Yesterday
they told him.
The next day he goes hits a buzzer beater and celebrates the way that he did.
No. He did the gun thing during the game.
It was before. It was earlier.
Yeah. I stand
corrected.
The
game-winning celebration was I called it. Call me.
It's called 12.
So is this he can't help himself? Is he sending a message?
It's
Maggie.
Adam Silver doesn't have a control of this league.
They don't respect the commissioner.
Yeah.
Or he's looking for a fight, or he doesn't want to compromise his like celebration, or he thinks it's a good part of his brand. I don't know. Either you're doing this intentionally to try to rub it in the league's face, or you're just clueless.
I wonder if there's a chance, not to shoot him some bail here, but I wonder if there's a chance that they told him, hey, you can't do it at other people, but you can do it to your own bench. Because it seemed like he was celebrating with his own bench when he did that. I don't know.
think they want the gun stuff anywhere.
I would imagine that.
Considering his history with real, actual guns.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
That was the only, I was like, why, unless he's just so misguided that he doesn't really understand the ramifications of his actions. Because that's the only thing I was like, well, maybe they told him if it's a bench celebration, that's fine, that's different. Because before he did it right at Steph Curry and Buddy Hield, right? And that obviously is way more suggestive than like, all right, you're doing something to the bench. It's a little different.
There's no way because the NFL is so on top of this rule. The NBA is not going to allow it to happen when the NFL, like if you even pretend to load a gun, like bang, flag immediately. But one thing, what if it's Grayson Allen where honestly it's a compulsion? I'm being dead serious where he's in the flow of a game and he can't remember it or just, it's like, don't think of a pink elephant. Don't do the gun celebration. I think there's a possibility it's an accident.
Can I ask something here that I don't want to come off as disingenuous or insensitive or callous or anything like that, because this clearly it's a massive issue in our country, guns, and whatever side of this you come down on. Does anyone care?
Well, with John Morant, you do because he was pictured on Instagram with a gun.
Right. No, I get that, and that's real.
But to answer your question, if it was another player, I wouldn't care. With him, I do.
Okay, but he was really caught with a gun, and he really did serve a suspension for that. And so far, we have not seen that again in the last year and a half. Now you get the gun celebration.
We saw it on Instagram.
But that's not an actual gun.
The second one was not a gun. The thing in the car.
No. That was. I'm saying the celebration of mimicking that is not actually holding one and waving one around in a strip club. That these two things are very far apart, right?
The guy got suspended for waving a gun in a strip club, but then was caught in a car waving a gun, and now he's doing a gun celebration on the game. You cannot separate all that.
I think the timeline might be a little wonky. He got suspended for the second time with the gun.
Right.
First time, I don't think they suspended him. I think they.
Oh, he did that interview with Jalen Rose. That was like really embarrassing.
Jalen Rose, and it was like.
When did he go away?
It was with the second time
one.
with the friend.
The first one at the strip joint, he did not go away.
I'm pretty sure he didn't get suspended.
I guess what I'm trying to say here, and fair, and I get it. No one wants the gun imagery. I don't. But it's very different from actually waving a gun.
Well, yeah, but I think the argument for him is of the infinite amount of things he could do to celebrate a shot. You would hope that he'd go, I'm not going to do the gun one.
Right.
Because I'm the gun guy.
Don't be a prude, Bogusch. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I totally agree.
Right, I don't think that's too much to ask of him.
No, I get it. I guess I just am asking if fans actually care.
They probably do selfishly, like I do. Like, I just want to watch him play. Like, I don't want to not have him on a basketball court because he's doing stupid stuff like this.
Oh, you don't want to get suspended.
So he got suspended for the first time in the club 8 games, and then the second time when he got the 20-something games. So he got suspended twice for this already.
Didn't he go to some sort of facility or something? Didn't he go to a
rehab? Yeah, he said
rehab or something.
Yeah, I think there was a rehab aspect to this too.
But the second suspension was the thing with the kid at his house.
No. That was Instagram Live when the friend showed him in the car.
No, there was another thing where there was a pickup game at his house where a kid got hurt and sued him.
But I don't think that had anything to do with the suspension. I think he got off on that one.
Yeah. And then what about the one? So where's the one where like people thought like his buddies were shooting, like having the gun laser target on like Pacer players under the arena?
They investigated that.
That was nothing, right? Like
one of his friends is permanently banned from the building.
He didn't get in trouble for that.
Anything.
Yes.
But one of his dudes, I don't know if it was forever ban, it was a season ban, but he couldn't.
You should know.
Very different reasons for getting banned from buildings. I've never even touched a gun, but that guy's gone.
But forget all that.
I did touch an alligator.
He's openly defying something the commissioner said yesterday. Yeah. Like, isn't this? I mean, Silver's got to step up. I think EJ just said that players don't respect him. He's got to come down hard here. No?
But the last time he came down hard, which was the 26-game suspension after the second gun thing, I think people thought that was too much.
I think there were some people who thought he was going to get more.
Yeah.
This is a problem, I think, with this league. I really feel like
they don't respect Silver.
They don't respect Silver. I mean, this guy, he's suspended twice. I forgot the first time he got suspended twice for gun stuff. And then they tell him, hey, don't do that again. Next game,
He might just be a knucklehead.
He might be, but and the bizarre thing too is that he has an awesome celebration. The call 12 thing is a great celebration. It's a great call to him being 12 and the police, whatever. It's fun. I don't know why he goes back to this. Just do 12 all the time.
Maybe to Perloff's point, maybe he doesn't realize he's doing it. I don't know.
By the way, I remember I went to this high school game about 3 days ago, or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, you went to a city championship.
Yeah, the public league champion against a Catholic champion. I can't tell you how many times the guy who hit the shot couldn't get back on defense because he was too busy doing a celebration. It was amazing. It was amazing. Half of them were some form of gunplay. Half of them were one guy was basically dealing out a hand of poker. And it was crazy. Manny, you know this.
Not my Catholic League boys.
They were praying. It was the public league team that was going crazy with these
heathens. Yeah.
It was like an NFL touchdown celebration. It was there was. He hit a 3, and it was a choreography. They broke out into the river dance, and the other team just runs down and dunks.
They do be dancing.
I'm not joking at all. And
just doing the Macarena, the Cabbage Patch down the court.
And also, even my
electric slide.
Yeah, I love it.
My friends whose kids play 7-year-old. My brother, his kid plays. He's 7 or 8. They hit a little layup on an 8-foot basket and do a 9-minute celebration. Yes, they flex. They'll do the gun. Yeah, the celebration culture is crazy.
I love it.
You do love it?
It's fun.
With little kids, I think it's kind of funny. It's probably not sending the right message to just be showboating all the time.
Yeah, they're out of control. Wait till your kid gets into the leagues.
Yesterday, I was walking down the street and just some kid was there with his nanny or something. So we work in this really posh area of New York City, and he was just grittying down the sidewalk. Yeah. He must have been 6.
Oh my God!
He had the cool shoes on and everything. And
they'll do about
gritty.
8 dabs in a row after just making a successful soccer pass.
Yeah. Not a care in the world. No bills.
Bogusch,
nothing.
Yeah, my son's friends who are 10 and 11, before the shot, they've walked and double dribbled about 6 times, and then they do the thing, and I'm like, guys, I just want to point out that none of that would have counted. You might want to just make a shot. Technically, legitimately, before you do any kind of celebration.
So your kid is 11, right? Do they celebrate a lot in all the sports?
All the time.
Yeah.
Bat flips.
We have to get hits to do bat flips, so that's fun.
They got the hand-eye coordination.
As Perloff knows, there's limited time to celebrate and reasons to celebrate in baseball.
What a self-own.
Yeah, but that schoolyard basketball, when they're just running around, forsaking dribbling and, the sideline and stuff like that, and they score by accident, then they're Michael Jordan.
Putting up 35 shots, making 1, accidentally making 5.
How did this all start? Was it a player? Was it video games? How did they become... I know the Fortnite dances. How did this all start?
I was going to say, I think Fortnite is a huge part of it.
Yeah, I think so,
What are they called? Emotes?
Yeah.
In those games?
Yeah, that's a massive part of this. And I feel like every league, to be fair, they've all upped the ante on celebrations.
Oh, yeah.
Soccer celebrations after goals are awesome. Baseball, you don't even have to hit a home run. You can go hit a single, and then what they're doing all the stuff
emoting.
Emoting to their own dugout. And
coaches are saying we want more of it. I know there's a lot of NFL coaches say, I want you celebrating in the end zone. You should be positive around your teammates.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I also think it's just a different version of what we did as kids, right? Which was in the driveway or wherever you are on the playground. Michael Jordan for the championship. 3, 2, 1, and we all haul up those last second shots that only 1 or 2 ever probably went in our whole lives, and then you run around screaming.
He misses.
He gets
grabs
his own rebound.
Right. But now
he puts it back up.
Puts it back up.
He misses again.
He grabs his own rebound.
But that was
Still
winning a
somehow time on the clock.
championship. That was not. Bryce Harper got an intentional walk and did a Hawk Tua the day after Hawk Tua. This is way, way different. Now you're judged on your creativity. They might as well have judges on the sideline judging who's better at celebrating.
I forgot the Hawk Tua.
Yeah, Bryce Harper. That was, I think, a single or something. You don't have to win the title to celebrate. Yeah. I also blame your women's soccer team. I mean, that was the ultimate. Ripping the shirt off.
Oh,
that
Randy
was,
Chastain with the sports
that was
bra?
baller to do that. Yeah.
It was 94, though.
Yeah, I just think...
Whatever, 90.
99?
99, I'm sorry, 99.
I'm a Barry Sanders, Calvin Johnson, hand the ball to the official, act like you've been there before guy myself.
Oh, my gosh.
Calvin Johnson is the
Yet his
baddest
favorite NBA player
athlete.
is Vince Carter, so it's only football.
It's over.
No, because Vince would do it in the
contest.
air. Yeah, but I think I'm more of a... Calvin Johnson was the coolest player ever, and he never celebrated once.
So you're telling me if I find you at 9 a.m. on a Brooklyn court, you're not backpedaling with your hand in the air after a three?
Definitely.
No, the best thing to do.
He's limping. But
Favorite thing to do is you hit a three and pretend, oh, of course I hit that three. I'm a big Larry Bird walk off and
okay.
Yeah. Larry Bird did do the finger thing. I know about that, but yeah, act like you've been there
Do you
before.
think Perloff has ever turned his back on the shot while it's in midair, Curry
Don't you think
style?
it's cool to not celebrate? It's like the coolest celebration, the non-celebration.
No.
Yeah, it's so tough.
No one says Tim Duncan is cool.
But Barry Sanders.
Well,
because he spun and
it's a
juked off of
joystick.
5 guys
Yeah.
and sent some guy to the ambulance because he had a sprained ankle trying to tackle him.
I
That
also
was
like
cool.
when the football guys get in the end zone and do handshakes.
I like that one too.
That's
a fun
pretty
one.
cool. Yeah. Act like you've been there before, guys.
888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. Thank you, Bogusch. Coming up, it's a very important day for one quarterback in the draft. We'll tell you why next.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. $45 seconds remaining. $30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back. Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. Got a couple things for you to bite on today. Number one, do you consider Steph Curry and LeBron James an all-time rivalry? Right now, the poll results are a big no. We're also asking you, because we're talking about what a fifth title would do for Steph Curry's legacy, and does he in any way maybe surpass LeBron James if he wins a fifth title?
Wow.
We were also talking about the Ja Morant. So he hits a game winner last night against Miami, but he also did the gun celebration thing, which he had just gotten reprimanded for,
yesterday,
by the commissioner or by the NBA. Just this week, they said, please don't do that. And he did it again last night. And, considering his history, this isn't just any guy kind of doing a gun celebration. It's Morant, who's already had some issues here.
Yeah, twice been suspended for being photographed or filmed with a gun.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God! And the open defiance here, and the playoffs are coming up. How long are you going to suspend him? At least 3 games?
See, some part of me, and again, I don't want to sound callous about this. Him actually having the gun waving around in the strip club and then on the Instagram, that is serious. That is real. That is bad, right? You don't want to be doing reckless things like that with a gun. It's ridiculous. It's idiotic, and it could lead to something deadly. Doing a gun celebration, though, and I understand it's a bad look, but does it feel a little mountain out of a molehill?
Well, I mean, the NFL, it's a massive penalty. It's 15 yards, and it affected many games last year. There were a lot of receivers who got nailed on a gun celebration. Do you have a problem with that?
Here's what I can't help but go back to. Do you guys remember when before they were the Washington Wizards, they were the Washington Bullets?
Not really, but yeah.
But they were, and they changed the name of the team because of the gun violence that existed in D.C., which the gun violence, real, extreme, all too real.
Yep.
People, I think, laughed at them changing the name.
I don't think so.
Really?
Oh, I mean, that was a no-brainer. That name had to change.
Okay, but I guess, do you think that kind of stuff actually works? We have a serious gun situation in this country in terms of school shootings, mass shootings, all that stuff. We could take this into a very serious place. But does the symbol, does doing a gun celebration, does that actually help? Does it hurt? Does it have an impact? We're talking about massive issues here.
Yeah, I think that pro athletes are very influential, and yes, I think it's a subtle impact, but yeah, I think being careless with a gun is not a look. I think kids worship athletes. I worshiped athletes when I was a kid, so yeah, I do think it has an impact.
Sure. Yeah, being careless with a gun, I think, is a horrible look. The gun celebration.
I think the gun celebration, if you really step back, yeah, you're right. It is it does seem harmless, but I get it. I feel like I sound like an old fogey. I think that you should be anti-gun as a pro athlete, like that kind of gun, like reckless gun play.
Reckless gun, right. Yeah. People want a permit. You want to have your Second Amendment. That all is, you're doing it in a responsible way. I think a lot of athletes have guns. We know they do.
Oh, of course.
Jeff's in Tucson. Jeff, only got a couple seconds here. What's up, dude?
Okay, so I got a grandson that plays multiple sports. Yeah. And I won't let him do the gun celebration at all.
Yeah.
But I do let him do whatever celebration that he wants to do, because I took the cap gun away from him when he was a little toddler, when his dad bought it for him. I took it away from him.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want the gun thing in my family whatsoever.
Yep.
Even though I do own a gun, but I took it away. Now, as far as John Moran goes, that dude's clueless. Why would he even do that? And I agree with you. It's not a big deal because, you know, it isn't a real gun, but you can't have two gun stories on you and then do, you know, a gun thing in the NBA game at the end.
It almost feels like you're kind of like it's almost felt intentional. Like, look at what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
Jeff, thank you for that call. Look what I'm going to do. I'm daring you.
Right. I think we
punish
could
me.
separate John Moran from this as a global issue.
Yeah. And he seems like a knucklehead right now. 888-710-4ISN. You can weigh in on John Morant. You can weigh in on our Steph Curry, LeBron James debate. We will get more into the NFL in just a moment with the Raiders putting pen to paper with Geno Smith and also Ovechkin chasing history. We got it all.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Maggie and Perloff on the Infinity Sports Network.
Here's a tip from Ovechkin. And a shot here from the outside, and it's in front, and they score, and Alex Ovechkin got it! The tip of the shot from the left point. The Great H has 890 goals. It's 6-4. He needs 5 to pass Wayne Gretzky for the all-time record.
Updated numbers now. Ovechkin at 892. Needs 2 to tie Gretzky. Needs 3 to pass him for the all-time goal scored record. It is one of the great unexpected things we thought we'd see this season. And welcome to the show, Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. Let's get right into it because you got Ovechkin tonight against the Blackhawks. And we should mention that NHL Network is going to have a very special live program from Capital One Arena tonight, 5 p.m. Eastern time on NHL Network. It's going to be Catherine Tappan, Brian Boyle, and Jason Demers on the broadcast. And Jason, good enough to join us now, 13 seasons in the NHL and now a broadcaster with NHL Network. Jason, it's Maggie and Perloff. Thanks so much for the time. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. You're keeping me company as I head to the train to go all the way to D.C. today.
Fantastic. Oh. Okay, well, travel safe. But let's get into this because, as I said, when the season started, I don't think anyone truly believed that Ovechkin was going to be able to have a chance to pass Gretzky this season. Then Ovechkin gets hurt. We thought, all right, now it's definitely derailed. But here we are at the end of the season with history in the balance. What does it mean for the sport that Ovechkin is right here on the doorstep?
Well, the way he's done it has just been, I don't know if I've ever seen a goal scorer quite like him. And, and I don't know if we'll ever see a pure goal scorer like Alexander Ovechkin. I know we talk about the record being, firmly in the hands of Wayne Gretzky all these years. But, Wayne Gretzky was just such a phenomenal, complete player. And what he did for the sport and how dominant he was just a sight to be seen. But, Alex Ovechkin comes along and just in terms of goal scoring is what he's done in this era is truly remarkable. And, for him to get it the way he's going to get it going through the injury this season and going through a lot of uncertainty, I just think is a credit to him and the age he's at, how dominant he still is really something amazing, and I'm just so excited to be able to be a part of it and be there today.
Jason, coming up in hockey, is this one of those records that you thought would never be broken? Because when I was a kid, Gretzky was on such Mount Olympus, I didn't think anyone would ever come close to his numbers.
Yeah, it really is wild to think that one of his records is gonna potentially, or it will fall. It's just, and he's got so many of them that I'm kind of like, I'm not too worried about it. He can give up one, but it just shows you how, incredibly dominant Wayne Gretzky was and how ahead of his time he was to be in the era he was and just, be so much better and leaps and bounds than everybody else. And, you see there is, I think, more parity and closeness between players in this era than there was, back in Wayne Gretzky's, not to discount anything anybody was doing back then, but I just think it's a different game, and it's just wild to see one of his records go because Wayne is the greatest, and for him to kind of finally get usurped by somebody it's amazing it took this long, and also that much more special for Alex to break it.
Jason DeMers is joining us from NHL Network. Of course, he played 13 seasons in the NHL. They're going to have a very special NHL Now program live from the Capital One Arena tonight, 5 o'clock Eastern time on NHL Network. So definitely check that out. What does it mean that, from what I read, Jason, that Gretzky's going to be in the building tonight? We don't know if he's going to pass or break it tonight, but the fact that Gretzky appears to be on board with this, right, that he seems to be giving his blessing here to Ovechkin, A, are you surprised by that? B, what does that mean?
I'm not, because hockey is just, it's such a sport that's, it's 6 degrees of separation between every guy and every person that's played. There's such a connection there, and it's just the culture of our game, I think, that's very unique to all other sports, is that, the care and the love that we have for each other, and knowing how hard this sport is to play and to compete in. So there's just such a mutual respect. And, I think Wayne's just been such a great ambassador for the game, and what he does for the NHL and what he does for the league, it goes without saying. So, I just think it's amazing. It's funny that I'm not surprised that he did it, but I think I'd have been more surprised if he didn't show up and to support Alex. And that just goes to show you how kind of different and unique the NHL is, and the NHL alumni.
But Jason, deep down, he's got to be chapped, right? There's no way that Gretzky wants anyone breaking his records. He's a stone cold killer underneath.
He's got another 35 to 100 records that he can sleep at night with. The goals one, I'm sure, was probably the least of his concerns over all the other records that he has.
So, Jason, you were a defenseman. Are there, you obviously played against Ovi. Is there animosity? Do people all like him? What's the vibe with him as a player? Because you said everyone is interconnected, but I imagine there are a lot of people who he scored on who are not thrilled about this.
Of course, yeah. It depends how you look at it. You could say that you're mad that he scored and got the record, or you could say that you got scored on by, the greatest goal scorer of all time. So I think some guys will take that, and it'll help them sleep better at night. But yeah, I have no animosity towards anybody that can do what he's done, and I think most players would feel the same, that, it's such a special thing to do, and it's so hard to be dominant and elite in the NHL, let alone, not only for 1 year, but let alone 20. So, for him to do it is just, it's so special, and you have to witness, and you have to really kind of pay your respects, because I don't know if we're going to see somebody be this dominant as a goal scorer, in the next 10 to 20 years. There's a couple guys that are very good, but to be on the level that he was on is something that is just, we were spoiled for the past, 20 years with Alex Ovechkin.
Jason DeMers is joining us, 13 seasons in the NHL, and he's on his way right now to D.C. because it's going to be a big celebration with Ovechkin tonight, as he's 2 away from tying Gretzky's goal scored record and 3 away from passing it. Jason, one of the great rivalries and awesome matchups that we've had in this generation is obviously Ovechkin versus Sidney Crosby. Does Ovechkin passing Gretzky, tying Gretzky, however this is going to end, does this change the Ovechkin-Sidney Crosby debate at all?
Listen, I think Sidney Crosby is the GOAT of our generation and our era. I don't like to kind of jump eras. I think it's tough with technology and nutrition and training to really compare eras. But, for me, Sidney Crosby should be widely considered as our GOAT. And I think Alex Ovechkin is going to go down as, the greatest goal scorer of all time. But, I still think Sidney Crosby is Sidney Crosby, and it's hard to kind of to be as dominant as he is in all facets of the game. So, nothing against Ovi, and he's great. I played against Ovi. I competed against him a bunch of times. But, yeah, it's just there's a different level there. But, again, not taking nothing away from Ovi being the greatest goal scorer of all time, pure goal scorer. There is not anybody like him, that's for sure.
Jason, you mentioned a couple guys who could maybe someday chase this record. If you had to pick one guy, a young player, right now, who you think would have the best chance, who would it be?
Oh, we all talk about Austin Matthews. We think Austin, that 70-goal season, we all talk about him being the guy to usurp Ovi and get on his horse. He's got a long way to go, but I think he's had a little bit of a down year, but he's somebody that definitely can contend as a guy that can score from every area. Everybody thinks Ovi just scored from his office, and yes, he scored a huge amount of his goals from there, but he scored from a lot of other places, and he's showing it this year and showcasing it this year that he can do it in different ways, and I think Austin Matthews has that capability to he can score from the one-timer, he can score from the wrist shot, he can score in tight anyway, so he's kind of one that I have my eye on for sure.
Last one for me, Jason, and thanks for doing this. And I know it's a really big day for you guys. Again, 5 o'clock Eastern time. You're going to be live from the Capital One Arena, and it's going to be a big, fun Ovechkin night. It's kind of been like his sort of season. But, you mentioned you played defense against him in your 13 seasons in the NHL. Take us on the ice. I mean, just how different is it to try to play defense on Ovechkin than any other player in the league?
Oh, well, you don't want him to let him get his shot off, especially on the penalty kill. I was lucky enough to play against him on the penalty kill, and he broke my shin pad on a one-timer. So it goes to show people how hard his slap shot is, and one-timer it literally shattered my shin pad. But with him was just always, you didn't want to let him get to the middle. He had that great cut to the middle off his off wing, and he'd be able to shoot it through your legs or underneath your stick, and obviously anytime he got his spot and was able to get a shot off, it was always dangerous. So because he just has that weird release point, and he's got that weird curve on his stick that is just so hard for goalies to track, and also he's got just pure power in his shot.
Jason, can't tell you how much we appreciate this, setting up for what should be a very fun night, although it's like Ovi's got to score tonight, right? Gretzky's in the building. You guys are doing a special thing for NHL Network.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not hauling my tushy all the way to Washington, D.C. for him not to get this record. So you better get it, because I'm going to have a bone to pick with him.
The way that his teammates are going to have to feed him the puck, like even more than normal, it's just going to be the Ovi show. Jason DeMers, you can watch him tonight, all the time on NHL Network. But you can watch him tonight specifically, 5 o'clock Eastern time, NHL Network. It's him, Brian Boyle, Catherine Tappan. You guys all do a fantastic job. Have fun. Enjoy it. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Appreciate you. Shattered his shin guard on a slap shot. Crazy.
By the way, Austin Matthews is at 397, and he's got to get to 894.
How old is he?
27.
Yeah, we got years. I mean, Ovi's 39.
But I think Ovi is one of those LeBron types where he's productive at an age way past where he should be this productive.
I mean, he broke his leg this year, and he's back. It's crazy.
Is only 2 people here have watched Ovi up close in the last couple weeks.
The last couple weeks. I've seen him in person in my life.
Yeah.
But not in the last couple of weeks.
But you haven't seen him as a 35-plus, hockey player.
Manny and I were front row at the Garden 2 weeks ago watching Ovi, and it's wild to see him. First of all, he's huge, right? Manny,
he's enormous. He's really thick. I was really thrown off by the girth of Ovechkin.
Which is funny because, well, not funny, but, when he first came into the league, the speed. He was lightning quick amongst the NHL, which everyone's quick in the NHL. That was when I got to see him live when I lived in Washington, D.C., he looked 10 times faster than everyone else on the ice.
Well, I was surprised that Connor McDavid or Connor Bedard was not the answer. But we're talking about fast. Connor Bedard
just got here.
Well, I mean, but he seems like a Gretzky kind of pure goal scorer. I didn't know Austin Matthews. I would think McDavid would be the automatic answer of everybody, right? Like he's the GOAT of this generation.
That's where I thought he was going.
Yeah, I was shocked when he said Austin Matthews. Everyone else has been talking about McDavid, but he obviously knows a little more than us.
888-710-4ISN. So that's going to be cool. The last time Ovechkin played against the Blackhawks, he did have a hat trick. So he's 2 away from tying, 3 away from passing, or maybe not the last time, but they played the Blackhawks this year, and he had a hat trick in that game. So I think that's why everyone's excited. But we'll see. Lots of pressure.
Is there?
To get the record before the season ends, definitely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then now they're like a Stanley Cup contender. So
you
also
they're one
don't
of the best
want
teams in the Eastern Conference.
I know you don't want you don't want to have a letdown after he gets the record. Like everyone relaxes a little bit.
Yeah.
When now's the time. Meanwhile, we've been talking also about a story that popped up last night with John Morant hitting a game winner against the Miami Heat, but did the gun celebration again. You hate to overshadow like what was a cool win for Memphis, but Morant had just been told to knock off the gun celebration stuff, considering his history of waving around guns on social media, also at a strip club, got him suspended twice. And so here we are back to that. Jay is in Nashville. You have a interesting theory, Jay, on why Morant is acting up.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if because you can't really trust the internet. You know how they post a lot of stuff and it's really a hoax or it's like AI or whatever. But I remember they're talking about they're trying to trade Ja or something like that. And I was like, man, that's hogwash. I don't know. But the way he's acting right now, and he's basically like just blatantly like, forget you, I'm going to do it anyways. It's almost like he's trying to get traded. And they were saying people in the organization, it was some other antics that we don't know about or whatever that they were getting tired of, so they were trying to trade him or whatever. But like I said, this is on the internet. This is like TikTok and stuff. And you can't really trust half of the...
Well, also, Memphis would not come out and say it unless he's like actually getting traded. But you know where I think that comes from is we just saw Dallas trade Luka Doncic because he smokes hookah and drinks beer, even though he was just in the finals. So
exactly.
Maybe there's part of the Memphis Grizzlies organization that thinks that Ja's never going to reach his potential because of these off the court things.
It's so different though because like we didn't know any downside. Like no one of us even considered a downside with Luka. Where we all know the problems with Ja. They're well documented.
Right, that's true. He also doesn't play a lot. Like that's another part. He misses a lot of games.
Well, the funny thing this year is, look at his per 36 minutes. He plays 32 minutes a game and scores 30 points. He is super effective. They just cut down his minutes to keep him healthier, and he's kind of blowing it by. I think he's going to get suspended.
I think he might get suspended too, but Perloff, could you imagine him on our 76ers?
Well, I was just
imagine him in L.A.?
But Jay, go ahead. EJ and Manny were immediately, their eyes got big because they're Knicks fans, and I feel like
I know.
That dude can last 5 seconds in New York or L.A. You could even find a lot of trouble in Philadelphia. I don't know. I mean, listen, he's found trouble in Memphis. I guess, like, here's my question about, is he secretly trying to, like, force a trade? Jay, it's a fine theory, but in this day and age in the NBA, you just ask for a trade. Like that's you don't even have to jump through the hoops. You just say trade me.
I know, but he is he's a valuable commodity and that's all that Memphis has. And then on top of that, you got to think. I live in Nashville.
Yeah,
I know Memphis, and like a lot of people. There's people like, man, if anybody is happy in Memphis, you got to be out of your mind. Just put it that. It's almost that way. It's like everybody in Memphis is telling people to get out of Memphis. So, it is kind of like that. I mean, there's a lot of people from Memphis that live here in Nashville,
right?
And they say the same thing. Like, I don't know why anybody would want to live in Memphis. And it's like you look at it, like it's really that bad, and it's really that bad. From all the stories you hear. So. To be a pro athlete with money, because I lived in New Orleans, and it was a lot of pro athletes that really did not live like living in New Orleans, because New Orleans is nothing to be played with either.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
No, I hear you, but Jay, I also think that and thanks for the call, dude. And I've never actually been to Memphis. I've been to Nashville a few times. I'd love to go to Memphis because we love to eat, and they have such a great reputation for food there and music scene and everything. And I'm sure it's got wonderful things as a city, but I kind of think Ja Morant would be the kind of guy who could find trouble anywhere.
Yeah, why would New York be dangerous for Ja Morant? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not
never
sure.
Close. Clubs never close.
Nightclub scene is.
Yeah, but it's
Monday
still...
is just as great as Saturday. Like sometimes even better. I don't know.
A Tuesday.
I don't know. That's
Maybe
the old
Wednesday.
New York.
Now
it's like a Disney World, and there's just also a lot of cameras on you, and there's stricter gun laws. I have no idea. I'm not sure it would really make a difference, right? Because you said it. It was in Denver the first time it got caught. There's no rhyme or reason here, and NBA players are all over the place, all over the country.
Yeah, you can find trouble.
Yeah,
if you want it. If you want it, 888-710-4ISN. The question is would Memphis actually try to trade him? I mean, despite all of his issues,
they need him.
They would still get a boatload for him, I bet.
Yeah, but they need him even more than he's more important to them than Luka was to the Mavs almost. He's the future of that team.
Meanwhile, they just fired their coach last week, and that kind of was interesting because do you think there's someone who could come in there who could like get through to him or could actually make an impact? Is there such thing as an NBA coach outside of like Greg Popovich, Steve Kerr, maybe Spoelstra? Like, and Spoelstra, quite frankly, like that whole Jimmy Butler thing, he didn't seem like he had much influence at all. Is there even an NBA coach in this day and age who can still like get through to a player?
David Fizdale.
Yeah, all right. Get out of here, bro.
Players coach. Players coach.
He knew exactly what he was doing with
Yeah,
the big fans.
just
back here.
trolled you guys
But
hard on the air.
But wasn't that his thing? Oh, he really connects with players.
Yeah, players like LeBron James and Dwayne Wade, like those guys don't need mentors.
David Fizdale couldn't get through an offensive lineman full of 6-year-olds.
I think your point, Maggie, was accurate, though. There might not be a coach. That's
I
sort
don't
of
know if
what-
coaches are like that
Yeah,
anymore.
I don't know.
I think that coach, those coaches, that era of coaches kind of died, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't mean literally. I mean, like, just in terms of what they are in the league. Like, those
Maybe
like
Doc
father-type
Rivers?
figures, like the Larry Brown type that will wrap your arm around you or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, they don't. Those guys don't exist anymore.
Doc?
I mean,
The spin doctor?
Doc will say he supports you, and then we saw with James Harden, he will turn on you as quick as possible to save his own behind.
Yeah. Embiid?
Right. He does. This is what he does. Maybe initially he'd have something, but I don't think that would work. I think Ja would see right through him.
888-710-4ISN. It's the Maggie and Perloff Show. We've got a big pro day today, which we'll get you updated on. And we've got movie sequels, a movie sequel bracket. We're getting down to the nitty gritty. We'll get you results in a moment. Don't move.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. $45 seconds remaining. $30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back, Maggie and Perloff Show. We kind of glossed over it, but Jay in Nashville, one of our great callers, just called and tried to get Ja Morant to get traded to our 76ers. Yeah. And I was just thinking about
dreaming.
Ja Morant and Tyrese Maxey would be the fastest backcourt in the history of the world. I don't think that any team would ever put them together. But can you imagine how fast they would go?
First, you want Cooper Flagg. Now you want Ja Morant to drop out of the sky onto your team. I mean, selfish.
Super team.
Yeah. Well, I'd rather have a young guy than a middle-aged, over-the-hill
than
superstar.
Paul George.
Yes.
Well, you got maybe two of them on your team now.
Yeah.
With Embiid and with Paul George. But I think the question that Jay brought up is Morant trying to get himself traded, or do you think Memphis will try to trade him? Because the latest is he's going to be back in the crosshairs of the commissioner's office because he did another gun celebration last night, weirdly overshadowing the game-winning shot that he hit. And that's just sort of the yin and the yang of Ja. Like, he's got this stuff that, gets him suspended and the gun stuff, and then he's also got this otherworldly talent. Now, I think the other part about Ja that no one really talks about as much, or maybe people do in hardcore NBA circles, is he doesn't play a ton. He gets hurt a lot. He and Zion, who both went 1 and 2 in that draft, just really, they're not durable.
Well,
Zion,
that's true.
way worse. But
that's true.
But Ja, too. I mean, and I don't know if that would scare off a team from acquiring him. I don't know.
My problem with Ja Morant is he's not a great shooter. And you really, come playoff time, that shows up more. He's 30% from 3 this year. And he was 27.5. People will lay off him in the playoffs a little bit. And that's why I don't think anyone's scared of Memphis in the playoffs, because can they shoot their way with the Lakers or the Warriors or those kind of teams?
He's also only 25, though. Do you believe he can become a better shooter?
Well, I mean,
does he have the
I don't
commitment?
know.
Does he
I don't
want
know.
to?
You know who you're right? I hate to say this. He's got a little bit of Russell Westbrook in him.
So future Hall of Famer.
Yep. The former MVP.
Yep. And still, and you know what I mean? That sounds like an insult.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking of the play the other day.
I think he's a little
missed
better.
the layup. How do you miss that? And that was the home announcer asking,
Smoke
how
the
do you
bunny, man.
miss that? What's that?
Smoke the bunny.
Ja Morant makes layups.
I think Ja is a better player than Russell Westbrook. He reminds me of Derrick Rose prime. Like, this style of player, just relentless during the regular season. It's a different game in the playoffs, and he hasn't proven that he's quite ready. It's like Steph's game in the playoffs. It's shooting. I don't know. I just think that his shooting percentage, LeBron hits everything. Can you have your star player be a 45% shooter?
888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. Let's hold off on movie sequels for a second. We'll get to Bogusch's update on all the latest that's going on, and then we'll get you what's going on with the Final Four. of the movie sequel bracket, obviously.
You mentioned that Morant buzzer beater last night overshadow everything else. Here is the game winner from Miami.
5 seconds. Goel Ware on Morant. 3 seconds. Morant into the paint. Steps in, steps back. Fade away at the buzzer. It rattles around and goes down. Ja Morant will send the Grizzlies off to Detroit with a last-second victory.
As heard on Grizzlies radio, the 12-footer giving Memphis a 110-108 win in Miami, snapping their 4-game skid. And again, Ja, an acceptable celebration after that shot, but earlier he went back to the gun hand gesture that the league just warned him about. Now, not only did the Heat lose that game, but they are now stuck in the East play-in, unable to reach the top 6 in the East, because Milwaukee won in Philadelphia 126-113. Giannis 35 points, 17 rebounds, and a career-high 20 assists.
Is that good?
It is. The Blazers beat the Raptors 112-103 to climb within 2.5 games of struggling Sacramento for the last spot in the West play-in. And the Warriors completed a 4-2 road trip with a 123-116 decision over the Lakers. 37 points from Steph Curry. Luka had just 19 for LA, missing all 6 threes he took. He called his performance unacceptable.
It's not always about scoring. You can do some other stuff on the court, assists, rebound, defense, all of that. So just trying to help in other ways.
But he didn't help enough last night. The Arizona Cardinals paying tight end Trey McBride after a Pro Bowl season. It's a 4-year extension that reportedly guarantees him $43 million. The $19 million annual average value makes McBride the highest paid at his position.
Yeah, because when I think of best tight ends in the NFL, I think about Trey McBride.
That's exactly what I thought when I saw that headline. I'm like, Trey McBride, he's very good.
He's super productive.
He's the best tight end in the NFL?
No, you guys are doing this wrong.
Oh, yeah? Go ahead.
That's not what this means.
Go ahead.
But you could make that connection. But how are we doing wrong?
Break it down for us two idiots.
Because everyone just gets paid more than the last guy. Like Travis Kelce is like 17 and change. So they go, okay, we tack on $1.5 million.
Trey McBride, though?
Yeah, is he good enough to be the next, like, Trey McBride's up. We got to pick him.
Bowers, I would understand.
He doesn't.
Who else is catching passes in the Arizona Cardinals besides Trey McBride?
Right.
He's really good.
Now Marvin Harrison Jr., but, I mean, McBride is the most productive person on the offense.
Yeah, again, like Deshaun Watson was not the best quarterback in the NFL, but he had the best quarterback contract. Like these two things are not the same.
Right, I think to their point is like, what did Trey McBride really? Did you think that he was going to be a record setter?
No, the optics of that.
He was in line.
Yeah, also too, he's buried out in Arizona, a team that nobody watches. Unless you're in Arizona, or
betting on the Cardinals,
which
is also an adventure.
So he's on your fantasy team.
I mean, by the way, my guy Sam Laporta, but he kind of disappeared last year.
Laporta, Hawkinson. I mean, there's a lot of good tight ends.
I'd take McBride over both of those guys.
Yeah, Laporta. Oh, I love Laporta.
I love Laporta too, but he's a little brittle.
But by the way, this is a massive tight end. It's called the tight end draft coming up, like the greatest tight end draft we've ever had. Maybe 4 first rounders.
Always need a good tight end.
Yeah.
What a finish last night in the men's NIT finale.
Tillis, baseball pass ahead. Loishton rises, catches, puts it, a pass down low, catch Dixon. No! They got it 94 feet. Dixon couldn't make the layup. And Chattanooga has one final mock moment. NIT champions.
Cooper Boardman on a Westwood 1. That was UC Irvine missing a bunny at the horn, giving Chattanooga the 85-84 overtime win, which means the Mocs are my favorite joke. They are the 69th best team in college basketball by winning this event. They're also the first SoCon team to ever win the NIT.
What did you say that guy's name was? Cooper
Boardman is
Cooper won a basketball title?
No. This is the play-by-play guy.
The play-by-play guy. Sorry. The play-by-play guy's name was Cooper. I'm like, God, isn't that funny that there's an NIT champion? I was wrong.
T.O. was at the game yesterday? Yeah. T.O. was at the game yesterday rooting on his Mocs. A T.O. sighting. In Indianapolis, apparently, this game was.
Yeah, at Hinkle.
Yeah, EJ and I saw some of the highlights, and we were confused as to where this event was taking place.
I've been to Hinkle. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's one of my bucket list places I want to go.
But to go from the Garden to Hinkle?
Yeah. For the NIT tournament? Who cares?
I digress.
Were you going to that game last night if it was at the Garden?
I went to the NIT championship when Penn State won it a couple of years ago. So,
But you like Penn State.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah, actually, I could see Manny going to that game.
I could see it too.
Yeah.
Fair.
I'd be going to Westchester Knicks games, Maggie.
Right.
Yeah, but that's because you have a problem.
The list of games that he wouldn't go to is the list you want to find out.
No, listen, I'd love to go to an NIT title, and this looked like a great game. Overtime.
Sure.
This is where my mind goes.
go to
Feel
high
bad
school
for the
hockey
guy
game.
who missed the layup.
Yes.
Because probably not going to play organized basketball at a high level ever again, right? I don't know if he's going to Europe.
Oh, you could definitely
maybe.
go
South
overseas.
Korea.
Okay, but
Yeah.
that's not always cupcakes and rainbows over there.
Oh,
you know?
I would love to be an
Maybe some
overseas
sushi.
player.
Ooh, depends on where you're going.
Have you ever talked to someone who's played overseas for a long time?
Even if it's bad, like Doug Gottlieb, our buddy, went to Russia, and it was the worst possible scenario, and he still has the best stories of all time.
He's got stories, but I don't know if he living.
He didn't mind it. He said it was okay.
He's lucky he didn't end up in a gulag. I mean, seriously.
These guys get to go to Greece.
Okay.
and
Not
all these
everybody
other-
goes to Greece. Some guys
Well,
play in Helsinki.
And by the way,
I think he'd be amazing.
Okay, so here's the thing. I did talk Drew Nicholas, right, who played for Maryland
Yeah.
and has a great tournament moment where he hit this. He hit a game winner. But he played in Greece, and he and I were doing a couple things, broadcasting things together. He still had video on his phone of them being in the championship where he's playing for a team in Greece, and someone in the stands lit a fire.
Oh, yeah.
It was just a straight up blaze.
Sounds normal for European events.
Do you remember also Sean Livingston? Didn't he go overseas? Said he never
Mid-range
got
guy.
paid.
I was gonna say that there are plenty of stories of guys going there and they lose a game. They're like, "Oh, I'm not paying you for next week." And you're like, "What?"
Yeah. But there's hundreds of stories of guys who've had great experiences.
Oh, I'm sure there are,
Hundreds.
but like you're not if you just missed the game winner for I'm sorry, who was the runner up last night? Pardon
UC
me.
Irvine.
UC Irvine. Thank you. I was going to say Riverside. I knew that was wrong. UC Irvine, you might not be playing for Olympiacos. You might not be playing for
Panathinaikos.
Real Madrid.
Right.
You're going to be playing for
the
God
Hornets
knows
of
who.
South Korea.
Oh, yeah, the Thailand league.
Again.
The Iranian
Boston
basketball
Tigers.
league.
I would. Would you rather do that or be an investment banker or whatever you're going to do at 24?
I'd rather hoop.
Oh, it's heaven. I totally disagree. I'd rather be an overseas player than a G League player, by far. See the world.
I think it depends on where you're going.
Question.
Where is this bad place? China's bad and Russia's bad. But other than that,
Do you want to play in Iran?
Yeah, Iran.
Well,
is
no,
Maybe it's a little
okay.
different for women over there.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Okay, you
weirdo-
give me something. Maybe
wanna play-
not Iran, China, or Russia.
You want to play in the Mexican
These
League?
are the
Pearl?
options.
Wait, I don't think are a lot of men playing in Iran right now.
I don't think women are playing.
I'm not sure Iran
Something
is.
tells me.
I remember.
I don't
who
think they're
played
in Russia
Iran?
anymore either.
There was someone who played in Iran. That's how I knew. Michael Sweetney, Othello Harrington,
Yeah.
someone like that.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's this year.
Pearl, would you rather play in the Mexican League, Puerto Rican League, Venezuelan League, or the G League?
Got to go Mexico.
Mexico and Puerto Rico would be fun, but no G League. But send me to Italy. Send me.
No, those aren't, the Italians aren't interested.
Both
South
said
Americans want to
Helsinki. I would
You got
kill to be in
Venezuela
Helsinki.
or nothing.
You got South America or nothing, Latin America or nothing, or
Oh, yeah.
the G League.
Well, yeah, I'd probably take Mexico.
I think it depends on. Again, I think it depends on the country. I think there are
Yeah.
some countries where it's awesome. Guys who have played in Italy love it. Guys who played in Greece love it. Guys who talk about playing in Turkey don't love it as much.
Turkey sounds amazing. I've heard
Some
really
guys,
good things
don't
about
like
Turkey.
playing places like that. It's
they-
just, it's different.
Have you taken a look at what's going on in their government? Listen,
Right.
I've been to Turkey as a tourist.
excuse
Phenomenal.
us. Right.
I know, flex.
No, Turkey,
Amazing.
I think, is a high end.
It's
I think that's
It's
where
it's
you want to
great
go.
league, but it can be intense.
Ankara,
They have very
Istanbul.
good talent.
I think that we should ask the question: would you rather play in overseas or in the G League?
By the way, looking at the Iranian notable basketball players in their
Yeah.
Iranian
Yes.
league,
Come
I
on.
see Lee Nalon. Remember him?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Joe Forte from North Carolina, great. Lauren Woods.
Are they still there? Is it still
These
playing?
are just
out?
notable players who I think have played in the league before.
Yeah, because those guys are old.
Well, Jacob Poland's not that old. He played there as
Right.
well.
I think a lot of the athletes.
Jabari Smith Sr.
Did
played
a
there.
lot of players pull out of Russia in different sports in the last 2 years?
There's a
Yeah.
famous
Well,
one
I
with-
mean, obviously, Brittany Griner.
Yeah, Griner.
Yeah, I think after, but I don't even know. Some might have gone back at this point. I'm not even sure.
I don't know if I think the U.S. was advising against it.
I'll definitely play in Abu Dhabi or any of those. Give me that. I would play over there in 2 seconds. Basketball, you're playing 3 years. What else are you going to do? You have the rest of your life to have an office job. Well, I don't understand what you guys are talking
Well,
about.
I want to give. Sometimes the guys don't get paid. I'm just saying it's not all sunshine and rainbows.
Right,
For
and,
some
and you're not
people.
always in the big, pretty city in these countries either.
Right. Yeah, you're not.
Like,
not
you're not-
everyone's playing in Paris in the
Right.
French league.
I have a friend, a guy in my basketball league, who pulled out of his job on Wall Street to play in Slovenia for 2 years and had the best.
Well, Slovenia is supposed to be gorgeous.
Yeah, or maybe it wasn't Slovenia. It was somewhere in Eastern Europe and had the greatest time. I mean, listen.
Was he smoking cigarettes at halftime with the
totally.
boys?
Betting on horses.
Playing professional basketball is amazing. Yeah.
Well, of course. I
Being
mean,
in the G League
we can
would be
only
incredible.
dream of something.
Gosh, I played 2 seasons of JV basketball at Dartmouth. That's the best thing that ever happened to me. And I was awful. I was the worst player on the JV team. And it's still so cool.
Number 52?
Oh, I had high 40s, early 50s. If they made 60s for basketball, that would be me.
The amount of countries that have professional basketball leagues is long. I'm looking at this list.
They be hooping.
I mean, when Manny told us that there's a Mexican women's hockey league, I was like,
No,
get out of here.
team.
Oh, team.
Yeah,
team.
national team.
Yeah.
Still. I was like,
Hey, I don't know.
bless those
I
women.
know we had ice in Mexico.
That's what I'm saying. All right, Bogusch, we still have
It's
time
not
for a
going
little
with
bit.
the tequila.
How about one more headline? What do you got?
What do we got? Oh, Aaron Judge, another home run, 4 more RBI. The Yankees outscored the Diamondbacks 9-7 in the Bronx. They avoid a 3-game sweep. And LSU star Flau'jae Johnson is foregoing the WNBA draft, another year in school. We don't know yet, though, if she'll enter the portal to explore her NIL options. Now back to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, she's got a serious rap career, too. Like, no
Right.
joke. Tonight, women's final for Texas, South Carolina first, and then UConn, UCLA as your nightcap, which is pretty awesome. Okay, 888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. We have movie sequels to get to. They will not be neglected today. And we've got a Shedeur Sanders Pro Day to update you on. It's MMP.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. $45 seconds remaining. $30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Show. That music can mean only one thing. It's time to update the Maggie and Perloff movie sequel bracket. We are attempting to find the greatest movie sequel of all time, Perloff, and can you believe it? On one side of the bracket, we are down to the championship contender.
Wow.
Final four results on the way, and we got chalk upon chalk upon chalk. The number one seed in the HOTH region, of course, is the Empire Strikes Back, and they move to the title game.
You may take Captain Solo to Jabba the Hutt after I have Skywalker.
He's no good to me dead.
He will not be permanently damaged.
Lord Vader, what about Leia and the Wookiee?
They must never again leave this city.
That was never a condition of our agreement, nor was giving hand to this bounty hunter.
Perhaps you think you're being treated unfairly?
No.
Good. It would be unfortunate if I had to leave a garrison here.
This deal is getting worse all the time.
Okay, Empire Strikes Back moves on. I'm sorry, this is for the Final Four. For the Final Four, I had my second sheet of paper that I didn't see here. So Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, onto the Final Four, Perloff. In the LA region, another number one seed marches on. Terminator 2 into the Final Four.
It has to end here.
I order you not to go. I order you not to go. I order you not to go.
I know now why you cry. But it's something I can never do.
All right, there you go. So Star Wars Empire Strikes Back took out Batman Returns, and Terminator 2 took out Die Hard 2. Die Hard 2 was the highest remaining seed, if you will.
Yeah.
It was a 7 seed. They get wiped away, and it's 1 versus 1. So it'll be Star Wars and Terminator facing off in one side of the Final Four.
Those were great clips because the second you hear Darth Vader's voice, you immediately know Darth Vader, and that sounded like an impersonation of Arnold doing Terminator.
Yeah,
it sounded like a Simpsons doing McBain. It was great. Oh, it brings me back. I'm going to watch these 2 movies again.
Yeah, I've only seen Star Wars, all 3 of the ones from the 70s.
Yeah.
I've only seen them once.
Those
are
the
only ones I've seen.
To me, those are always the real ones. Especially, and there are a lot of people think Empire is the crown jewel of the entire franchise.
Sorry, can I ask a stupid question because I just don't remember it off the top of my head? Is Empire the one with Jabba the Hutt, or is that when she keeps Princess Leia in the handcuffs?
That's
Return.
3, or technically 6. That's Return of the Jedi.
Okay.
Jabba's referenced a lot in 2.
Jabba Chamberlain?
Because they freeze Han Solo because Jabba wants him. So Jabba's talked about, but I don't think, and actually I think they cut scenes from Jabba in Star Wars. They had Jabba was, sorry, I'm not as big a nerd as I should be.
Yeah.
But they filmed
Shocker.
a bunch of Jabba the Hutt, I think for Star Wars 1, and it all ended up on the cutting room floor.
Crazy. I remember not liking those scenes when he's got Princess Leia all in the handcuffs.
Well,
and it's
you're not a young boy who saw Princess Leia in that bathing suit, had other thoughts.
I didn't watch any of the Star Wars, but that scene, I've seen that scene.
Yeah, she's wearing no clothes.
It's a very popular cosplay at Comic-Con.
The guy's Jabba and the woman is Leia.
Or you don't need a Jabba, just a women walking around with Leia.
No guy's going to be Jabba. How do you even do Jabba?
EJ, let's dress up as Jabba the Chamberlain and let's go to Comic-Con.
Chamberlain.
Have you ever seen anyone dress up as Jabba the Hutt at a Comic-Con?
I don't know. Again,
Probably. Yeah, no, I think I've definitely seen it.
Dorcas Malorcas. Mel Brooks shaped a lot of my sense of humor, so I always think of Pizza the Hutt from Spaceballs. But anyway, pizza, you're delicious. Also kind of gross. All right, so you're going to watch Empire and you're going to watch Terminator 2 tonight?
Yeah, not tonight. But by the way, did you see, speaking of parody movies, that there's a new Naked Gun? Did anyone see the Naked Gun trailer?
Why are you guys such nerds?
Sorry to spring it on you. It is awesome.
Who's going to play Lieutenant Drebin?
Well, we know that we did Liam Neeson, remember?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we did that story. So
I'm sorry.
Put out the trailer yesterday. Really funny, except they have a killer joke in the trailer. I don't know if you guys have seen this. I'll just explain it real quick because it's in the trailer. Basically, Liam Neeson plays Frank Drebin's son. So it shows him looking at the photo of his dad saying, "Dad, I want to make you proud." And then Frank Drebin's partner, who is played by George Kennedy, his son is saying, "Dad, I want to make you proud." And then they go to a third. It's a picture of a wall of OJ. And OJ and the son, because he played the detective in the original movies, goes, "Nah, I'm good," and walks away. And everybody laughs so hard at that joke. So, because OJ was famously Nuremberg in Naked Gun movies that Maggie and I have basically memorized.
Yeah, Nordberg, not Nuremberg.
Oh.
Nuremberg is a racetrack.
How is it? Nordberg?
Nordberg, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever. Anyway.
Liam Neeson is 72 and he's playing Frank Drebin's son.
Oh, yeah.
He has a special set of skills.
Of course he does. Is someone going to get taken? I'm sure they'll probably reference that.
Taken 2 was a great sequel, by the way.
Meanwhile, didn't make the list.
So different than 1.
It was also not very good.
I also feel like if you didn't see,
and awesome.
If you didn't see 1, can you even follow 2?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you could just see all the people that are being murdered and be like, oh, okay, I think I get the gist of number 1.
Not only that, every other Liam Neeson movie is basically taken, right?
Yes.
It's another version. He might be on a Zamboni, but it's still, right.
His daughter, his son, his next door neighbor's cat, whatever it is, someone's getting kidnapped.
He is, he's avenging something.
He's going to find somebody, too.
Mm-hmm. Okay, today in Boulder, Colorado, very exciting. It's the Colorado Pro Day. So not just Travis Hunter. I wonder how much Travis Hunter is going to do. But for Shedeur, besides running the 40, which I don't know why he'd do that, or any quarterback really does that, but Shedeur, this is kind of a big deal, right? I don't know how much the Pro Day actually influences teams, but for his, draft stock, which the perception is it's falling, if he has a really balls out on the Pro Day, maybe you get a little more buzz about Shedeur going 2 or 3 overall.
Yeah, I was wondering, at least in the media, he's fallen somewhat. Schefter came out and reported he wasn't going 2 or 3. I wonder if the Pro Day reverses that trend and people get back into him. Of course, it's been pointed out the Browns are there. Now I think everybody thinks they might take Travis Hunter, who's also there. So they get a 2-for-1 scouting experience here.
But again, what's Travis doing? Do we know?
I thought he might run a 40, but I have no idea.
I don't know why he would. He's already the consensus best corner for sure in the draft. And I think a lot of people believe he's the best wide receiver too. The one thing is maybe he helps out Shedeur if he's catching passes from Shedeur, because clearly they've had a connection going back years and years.
Oh, yeah, but I think...
But there's a lot of good receivers at Colorado.
I don't think NFL teams are really looking that closely at a guy throwing in shorts. It doesn't. Maybe they are.
We still do these things. We still do the whole exercise.
I know. It's just hard to wrap your head around that. I mean, there are a lot of ramifications if Shedeur does fall out of 2 or 3. That'll just change the draft. You've said it all along. The draft starts at 2, right?
I think so, because I don't, personally, I don't think he's going to get past 2 or 3 because I think the demand is high. A couple days ago, EJ, you sent this, or Perloff, you sent this. I'm sorry. The over-unders.
Oh, on the 40 times, yeah.
The Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders Pro Day props, courtesy of Sports Betting AG.
We got to chill out.
I mean, you can bet on preseason football.
We got to chill
There's
out.
nothing worse than that.
The worst. When you think you have that bet won and they pull everybody.
If you're betting on preseason football, you deserve
gambler.
everything that's coming your way. 40-yard dash, they do have over-unders. Hunter's over-under set at a 4.30. Sanders a 4.65. Yeah. Again, I don't know why Sanders would run the 4.
No,
he
Travis. Won't. He won't. But I want to see Travis because I think people think he could beat 4.3. That would be fun. Just branding, maybe.
You can also do incomplete passes on the first 10 throws. Shador over-under 1.5.
I love it.
This does feel a little icky.
I don't. Who knows if you could put any real money on that?
I'm sure not. But anyway, you're probably gonna see a lot from the pro day because I'm sure at some point someone's gonna find Dion for a microphone.
Oh my God! Yeah, Dion will find himself with a microphone. Are you kidding me? This could be a Dion show.
All right, coming up next hour, Tom Crean set to join us, coach in a Final Four. Remember, Coach Dwayne Wade in a Final Four, multiple Sweet 16s with Indiana. He will join us in the next hour, and also what happened last night in LA, we'll tell you.
because there hasn't been a lot of sensible in that building for a while. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Maggie and Perloff on the Infinity Sports Network.
Got a huge sports weekend coming up, but first, something from yesterday. Welcome to the show, Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff, and that is Geno Smith and the Raiders finally putting pen to paper on a contract, Pearl. We knew it was coming. We weren't sure how long the contract would be. It looks like an extension for 2 years. He's going to get $75 million on a contract that could get pushed to $85 million with incentives. And it looks like about 65 or so million guaranteed, 66.5 million guaranteed. Nice here for Geno at 34 years old to be cashing in on a lucrative deal like this. I know you have not been too high on what the Raiders have been doing this offseason. What did you think of this?
Well, you say not too high. I mean, this is a team that's been irrelevant for 20 years. So even saying that they're doing a medium job, I guess, is an accomplishment. But this is just fine. They're basically recreating a mid-Seahawks team. So what are you doing with Geno Smith? I like this move because they're not killing their salary cap. But then again, if you're a Raiders fan, this to me does not scream Super Bowl.
Okay, but I'm relieved a little if I see this contract. Because first of all, you trade for Geno Smith. So what are you getting? You're getting a veteran. You're getting a stabilizing force. You're getting accuracy. You're not getting Mahomes. Like, you understand you're not getting this ultimate game changer, but are you getting someone who can compete with Mahomes? I do think you are. Like, in terms of,
that sounds like a strange statement to say that Geno Smith can compete with Patrick Mahomes.
Well,
Josh Allen can compete with Patrick Mahomes.
That's
what I need to compete with Patrick Mahomes.
They're in the same division. So what I'm saying is, can Geno Smith, what I should have said, can he give you a chance to compete in the AFC West?
No.
I think yes.
Compete to win the division.
I'm just saying, I think that the Raiders could be a sneaky playoff team. I don't think that, do I think they're going to go into Arrowhead and blow out the Chiefs? Probably not, but they're competitive now. I don't think they're going to be a 4-win team any year. I don't think they're going to be a doormat and a bottom feeder. And
really? Are you sure, though?
Well, and why I would be, encouraged, I guess, if I'm a Raider fan, is you didn't break the bank here. This is kind of what quarterbacks are on the mid-tier end are going for, So I like it because I don't know if Shedeur Sanders is still available at 6 if the Raiders would do it, but I think they're just as likely now as they were 24 hours ago before we knew about this Geno thing. I don't think that it in any way prohibits any future plan they would have at quarterback. And so for that reason with the Raiders, I think this is good. I think Tom Brady so far, the effect has been positive. This maybe is more of a Pete Carroll thing because of their relationship back in Seattle, but I think all arrows are pointing up. Now, are they pointing up Super Bowl? Not that, but they're definitely pointing up for the Raiders.
I don't see it. I don't think listen, I'm looking at the win projection. ESPN Bet has been 5.5 wins next year. It's their lowest total coming into the season since 2019 because we know the Raiders always get bet up. Mm-hmm. Here's the problem. If you use that number 6 pick on a quarterback, who is Geno Smith throwing the football to or handing the ball off to? There's no talent around him. What is he going to possibly do with that team?
Okay, well, first of all, that's why you have someone like Geno with the accuracy, right? Because this is he's going to be able to put the ball exactly where people need it. Jacoby Myers was a 1,000-yard receiver last year, and also they have a pretty decent offensive line, which makes you think that even a competent running back should be able to be effective behind a good offensive. I'd rather have the good offensive line than the flashy running back. Ask any Giant fan about that. You can have Saquon Barkley back there. He's not going to be able to impact winning unless your line is good, which I think they are good. According to Pro Football Focus and all those places.
Well, Saquon was hurt a lot in New York. He did impact winning when he was there. You don't think he impacted winning?
No. They've been one of the worst teams. The Giants have been an absolute joke.
He was always on the bench.
Early in his career, definitely hurt, but he did not impact winning to the extent that he did with the Philadelphia Eagles. And why is that reason? Because the Eagles' O-line is maybe one of the best, and there were other weapons. Like, that running backs aren't just about running backs.
Right, but the Eagles were a Super Bowl team 2 years before he got there. They were a very good team. Anyway, I think that argument is actually relevant because I think most people have Ashton Genty mock draft there. Wouldn't you rather get a guy, I don't know if he's going to hit the hype, but wouldn't you rather have Ashton Genty at 6 than Shedeur Sanders if you're a Raiders fan?
Listen, I think that you have to be thinking about the long term. You just said it. What's the win total? 5.5?
5.5,
right.
Which means they could be in play next year for a quarterback too.
Do you think that if Ashton Genty, obviously the Boise State star, the Heisman Trophy runner-up, awesome player, but do you think if he gets drafted to the Raiders, that win total budges? Now, we know it won't with Shedeur, right? Because he wouldn't play. But do you think it budges with Genty?
I think 5.5 is pretty low. I think that could move up over the offseason. But yes, I'll bet you it doesn't end at 5.5. If they draft Genty, it does go up. I'm serious. That's a big, big deal.
I also think that is this really what this team needs right now? That's Ashton Genty above. This is a deep running back draft, which everyone has said. Yeah. A lot of talent in this draft. Right? So you're looking at a defense that could use some help. You're talking about other offensive playmakers. You never, I don't think, ever feel bad about doing anything in the trenches when you're picking that high if there's a great offensive lineman or defensive lineman there. And we've talked about Tom Brady and his impact here on the Raiders.
Which is...
You're talking about the Belichick way. Do you think that Belichick would ever take a running back with the 6th overall pick? You know the answer.
Well, I picked Lawrence Maroney at 21. Yeah, I mean, Belichick was
6.
Belichick was not a great drafter, so I don't know. He was. I mean, he never picked that high. Yeah, I think Belichick probably would have drafted a running back number 6. He's so old school. Who knows? But the other thing too is Brady. What you say? Brady's running the show. What move has been Brady like?
I think the Geno move and the Pete Carroll moves were very Brady-like.
That's not the Patriot way. That's the Pete Carroll way. I think Geno was a Pete Carroll move.
Well, yeah, but I thought Brady always would have been more of a Geno guy than he would have been a Sam Darnold guy. Yeah, I said that from the very beginning. And I think that they missed, I know they wanted Ben Johnson or they flirted with Ben Johnson. He was out. And where did they pivot to? An experienced guy who Brady played against in a Super Bowl, who I think he believed can set a culture and a tone as opposed to an unknown coordinator who's just a hotshot.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just a strange signature move. If it's a Brady guy, will they take the Michigan kid? Him and John Spytek, the GM, went to Michigan, go Mason Graham, who could be there. But they have a lot of money already invested in their defensive line, so that would be an odd pick. I just think, you know what would be ideal for the Raiders? If they had a Jamar Chase sitting there at number 6. They need a 1A superstar receiver who will lift all boats. It's not there in this year's draft. That's why running back's in play. If Marvin Harrison Jr. or Malik Neighbors was there, they'd be rushed to the podium. They don't have that receiver this year. So I think Genty is a real option there. I don't get Shedeur because same thing with Shedeur. And even if I'm Dion, I'm wondering, why am I sending Shedeur there to back up Geno with no talent in the first place?
Well, you're not going to play, and that might be nice. Tom
but he's
Brady,
23. He needs to play.
Well, but I don't think the age has much to do with it. But I think that Brady sat. I would wonder if he thinks that did him a lot of good.
Yeah.
And now the team does have another year to team build because there's other ways to find people than just the draft. So,
but they didn't do much in the free agency. It'll be the cupboard's a little thin offensively. I mean,
I'll agree with you.
Yeah, and now Geno can put up huge numbers. But again, where are you in 2 years? Say Geno has as much success in Seattle, where he had Kenneth Walker, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah.
Say he was just as good. He was 9-7 with that team. He was 10-7 and then 9-8 one year. Where are you with the Raiders in 2 years?
Well, I don't think they wanted to outright tank. Clearly, they didn't. So, I don't think Brady was coming in there to outright tank. Geno's not a tank move.
Yeah, you're right. But it leaves the possibility open to getting a high pick.
You forget about Brock Bowers. I know he's not technically a wide receiver as a tight end, but it's like Jacoby Myers was 1,000-yard receiver and Brock Bowers is a stud.
But if you're going to rank,
who throwing to him last year.
I don't have PFF's ranking, but if you're looking at receiving cores, including tight end, there's no way this isn't a bottom 10.
I'll
bottom
agree with
5,
you
maybe.
888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. Again, I could see Brady saying, before he got Randy Moss, Brady was elevating guys. It was never a star-studded receiver room in New England either. No disrespect to the Deion Branches and guys like that, but it was Gronkowski who's going to walk into the Hall of Fame and Randy for a couple years, but that was much later.
You're comparing. First, you compare Geno to Patrick Mahomes.
What he is.
First, you compare Geno Smith to Patrick Mahomes.
I didn't compare.
Now you're comparing him to Tom Brady.
Hang with him.
Now you are actually comparing him to Tom Brady.
No. I'm comparing Tom Brady, like what I think Tom Brady would be like as a team builder, just based on Tom's own experiences. And I know when he went to Tampa, he had Mike Evans and he had Chris Godwin, and that was different. But in New England, we talked about it. Who, besides Randy, who's the Hall of Fame wide receiver that he plays with?
Yeah, I mean, Edelman might make the Hall of Fame. But
because of Brady.
Right. But that was Tom Brady. I don't know if that any old quarterback can do that. And Geno's pretty good, but it's a little rich. I hear you. No, it's a good point.
It's about team building is what I'm saying.
It is a good point. Brock Bowers could be his Gronk. Yeah, I mean, again, if you're looking at team building, it's just hard to see the path here, the path toward a Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, it's also early on. No one's saying Super Bowl this year. But you got to build.
This is the NFL where there's one way to get Super Bowl. That is draft a superstar quarterback and build talent all around him. And they've already sort of gotten in the way of that plan by paying Geno Smith for the next 3 years. So they're already not following the way.
Yeah, unless Shador's there and they think Shador's a superstar.
No, but they already used a lot of money on another quarterback. It's like that's what I'm saying. You draft a rookie quarterback so you can spend like crazy around him.
Sure.
The Raiders are already going to be paying $37 million to Geno. Didn't kill themselves.
No.
But it's not exactly what you want to do. It's not Joe Burrow coming to Cincinnati.
It's not, but it's also not Dak Prescott at $60 million.
No, but it's not the traditional rookie way.
888-710-4ISN. Curious about the Raider fan out there. You saw the numbers. You saw the money. What do you want the Raiders to do at 6? Is Ashton Genty the no-brainer option there?
If he's there.
888-710-4ISN. It is Shador Sanders, Travis Hunter, Colorado Pro Day today, so we're keeping our eye on that. Meanwhile, let's get to some movie sequels. All right, guys, we're down to net cutting time. Almost. It's the final 4. It's set. And looky. All 4 number 1 seeds advanced to the final 4, just like on the men's side.
First time since 2008 in a movie sequel bracket.
It's art imitating life, everybody. The number 1 overall seed in the entire bracket was The Dark Knight. Let's hear it.
So why steal them? Well, because he thought it was good sport. Because some men aren't looking for anything logical, like money. They can't be bought, bullied, reasoned, or negotiated with. Some men just want to watch the world burn.
What a line. The Dark Knight is up against the other number 1 seed in this side of the bracket, The Godfather Part 2.
Frankie, you know my father did business with Hyman Roth. He respected him.
Your father did business with Hyman Roth. Your father respected Hyman Roth. But your father never trusted Hyman Roth. Or his Sicilian messenger boy, Johnny Ola. Ma tu mi scusato. Io sono stanco, sono biliato. And I want everybody here to know, there's not going to be no trouble for me.
EJ, man, you guys got to see this movie. I know we can't technically give you homework, but do yourselves a favor. Okay. That's part of the Final Four. The other side of the Final Four, the Maggie and Perloff movie sequel bracket, is Star Wars Empire Strikes Back.
You found something?
Yes, my lord.
That's it. The rebels are there.
My lord. There are so many uncharted settlements. It could be smugglers, it could
That is the system. And I'm sure Skywalker is with them. Set your course for the HOTH system. General Veers, prepare your men. Admiral.
Oh, that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah, I was about to say you got your pronunciation on HOTH.
And Star Wars Empire Strikes Back will go head-to-head with the last number 1 seed in the tournament, Terminator 2 Judgment Day.
Holy You're really real. I mean, you're like a machine underneath, right? But sort of alive outside?
I'm a cybernetic organism, living tissue over a metal endoskeleton.
McBain.
I didn't realize until just now. Arnold Schwarzenegger, you really got to be watching him to get the whole thing.
Chargers, go! No, it's just at this point, anything he does sounds like an impersonation of Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's amazing.
That is the movie that's been the hardest to clip because there's not a lot of dialogue.
Terminator
a lot
2.
of the big scenes, it's him saying one line or whatever, or them be like, "What's going on?" and just looking at them.
Go Chargers, go! The actual Liquid Terminator barely talks at all. He has like 3 lines.
Exactly, same thing.
Less is more, guys.
Sarah Connor. That's my Arnold impersonation.
We know.
You couldn't find an "I'll Be Back" in there?
We did. We
did
played
"I'll
it.
Be Back."
Oh.
The second "I'll Be Back."
We did "I'll Be Back." We did.
We did "I'll Be Back." Okay.
Yeah, we did another one too. We did all of the famous lines. Oh, we said
all 3 of them.
"Come with me if you want to live." We did that earlier.
Yeah, I was.
Come with me if you want to live.
Come with me if you want to live.
All that right there. So the voting is open right now.
Mendoza. Does anyone know the Big Bane on Simpsons? You guys probably
I was
aren't
going to do
Simpsons
"We
people.
Need Your Truck," but it's so short.
The Maggie and Perloff movie sequel bracket Final Four is live. You can go to Maggie and Pearl right now, and you can vote Dark Knight versus Godfather 2 and Star Wars Empire Strikes Back against Terminator 2. Let your voice be heard. What is the greatest movie sequel of all time? 888-710-4ISN. A lot more, including our preview of the actual Final Four, next. It's M&P.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Tomorrow, men's Final Four. First game, Florida, Auburn, just after 6 p.m. Eastern time. And then Houston and Duke is the nightcap. And
I'm so excited. This is going to be amazing.
To preview it all, let's turn our attention to an award-winning college basketball coach. Got to a Final Four with Marquette. Multiple Sweet 16s with Indiana. Coached the #1 pick in the draft, was Anthony Edwards out of Georgia. And that is Tom Crean, who did a fantastic job broadcasting this season for Westwood One and others. And he joins us now. Coach Crean, it's Maggie and Perloff. Thanks so much for the time today. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's great to be with you guys, and appreciate you having me. Thank you.
We'd love to pick your brain about this Final Four. Duke is the betting favorite, Coach. Is it their tournament to lose?
No, I don't think it's like that. I think this thing is so open. I mean, it really isn't. Not just because they're all #1 seeds, but because they're all different. And they have a few kryptonites, but not too many. And the bottom line is Duke, I think to win the game with Houston, they've really got to get the game going, because what happens is Houston is so good if they know your sets, if they can be in help. They're very, very physical. I don't think Duke has seen anything like that really since maybe the non-conference when they played Auburn or Kansas. I don't think anybody has been physical with them the way that Houston can be. And so I think what has to happen is you've got to spread them out. You've got to get out in transition. If you're running a lot of tight action sets, that's easy for Houston. Duke doesn't do a lot of that. And I do think you get open shots against Houston. Like, I thought Tennessee missed a lot of open shots against them. But what Houston does is they make you play faster than what you really want to play. Now, Duke is a fast team, but Duke can't get in a hurry in the half court and rush. They've got to keep it spread, attack. And if they do that, then I think they've got a really good chance to win the game.
Coach, when you look at the age differences of these teams, I mean, especially Houston and Duke, What if someone made the argument to you that Duke is really too young to do it at this stage? What would you say to that?
No way. Not at all. Because Deion James is older. Cooper Flagg is young, but he plays much older than what he is. Really, all their freshmen play much older than what they are. And I think Con Knippel has been so well coached through his life, and they've done a great job with him there. Kamon Malawach played the Olympics last year, right? So even though he didn't play a lot, he was in those practices, he was in those games. The level, if Duke hadn't improved the way that they've improved all year on both ends of the floor, then maybe somebody could make that argument. But I don't think you can. I think where it catches up is if you can't play through the physicality, because Houston is a very physical, aggressive, body you, get up into your chest type of team. And I just think it can stun you when you're not used to that. And how quick Duke gets acclimated to that inside of that game, and like I mentioned, can get their running game going and can spread them out, then I don't think the age and experience is a big factor. But if they play a really tight, compact game, then I think the size, experience, toughness, and physicality of Houston can win out.
We're talking with head coach Tom Crean, of course, an award-winning head coach, to break down the Final Four. And, Coach, I was saying, 4 number 1 seeds, kind of hard to find an underdog. I think it'd be a really cool story, though, if either Kelvin Sampson or Bruce Pearl won their first one, guys in their 60s who've been clear program builders, and they would kind of seem due. But what would a title mean for Jon Scheyer at, under 40 years old? You know what would happen. You start doing this rocket ship to the top of the sport. People start talking about the NBA. What would it mean for Scheyer if he won this year?
Well, I think it would mean that he's done an incredible job of growing as a coach from year 1 to year 3. And that's exactly what he's done. I mean, he could be easily coach of the year this year. Easy. And in fact, I thought really as good a job as Pat Kelsey did for Louisville in the ACC, they should have been co-coaches of the year. Because it's really hard to do what John has done. But you can see it from a coaching point of view. He's in great command of what he's doing. He's got the pulse of that team. I think it would mean a lot. I think you're right. I think John's a rocket ship. I think if he wants to coach in the NBA in the near future, maybe even distant future, he's going to be able to do that. I think he's got that kind of temperament. I think he's got that kind of knowledge base. He's certainly got the experience as a player and being with Mike Krzyzewski for so long. So I think it would mean a lot. But again, when you've got 4 guys that have never won it, and you've got 2 guys that have been there before, like in Bruce and Kelvin, I think it's a great story for whoever gets it.
Coach, tell us about Todd Golden a little bit. There's a big Wall Street Journal profile on his advanced use of analytics. I think he's the one guy out of this group that we don't really know much about. What makes him a Final Four level coach?
Well, he hasn't gotten the attention this year that he deserves because of what he went through with the off the court stuff, and it's really it's 2 separate things. This guy's a great coach. I mean, he really is, and I think the analytics, that stuff's good, but he's got really good players, and he's got 8 guys that are as good as anybody. He's got the best 8, and I've thought this literally all year. I've thought it since I saw him practice in July. He's got the best 8 in the country. Now, he may not have the best 5 in the country, or maybe even the best 6, but he's got the best top 8. And I think he's done a great job of figuring out ways for them to play. He's also done a really good job of hiding some things, because Walter Clayton Jr. is a phenomenal offensive player, but he's not nearly that good defensively. And the only coach that really figured that out in the tournament was Danny Hurley. And he started picking on him in back cuts and getting him in more screening actions and things like that. Grant McCaslin did it some in his game, and it benefited it. But he's been able to hide his lack of, I don't want to say ability, but the lack of execution that some of those guys have on the weak side, starting with Walter Clayton Jr. And he's been able to manifest that team together in a way that they can score, they pass the ball to each other, they share it, they get over being mad or frustrated quickly, and he can keep bringing in players. But Todd's another one. If he wants to coach in the NBA, he's good enough to do that. There's no doubt about that. I mean, he's way beyond his years when it comes to understanding the game, getting the most out of his team, and would not shock me one iota if he's cutting down nets on Monday night.
Tom CREAN is joining us and alluding to there was a Title IX investigation. Todd Golden was cleared of it. It was allegations of sexual harassment and other things. But again, he was cleared of it. Tom CREAN's award-winning college basketball coach, did a fantastic job as a broadcaster too, Coach. I don't know if that was ever in the cards or you thought it was for you, but you did a great job. Westwood won, just phenomenal. You've coached in a Final Four. What are the nerves like for these coaches?
They're brutal. They really are, because you're worried about everybody but yourself. You're worried about all the logistics when you first get there. You're worried about great practices, and we've got to do this, and we've got to do that, and is this person good, and is that person good? And you just can't do that. You've got big staffs, and they've got to really be on top of their game, whether it's support staff, whether it's your coaching staff. And when you get the team together, they have got to be locked into basketball. They've got to be locked in. They've got to be locked into the walkthroughs, the practice, the film sessions, because there's going to be so many other things going on as they go through the week that you've got to feel confident as a coach. It helps your nerves when you've got your team locked in that way. And then you just can't play the worry what-if game when it comes to all the other stuff. You've got to stay locked into, okay, what are we going to do if they go zone here? What are we going to do if they trap this? You've got to have all those things worked out in your head, and that's where your stress should come from, not from all the hoopla surrounding you. Because once you get into that game, that court shrinks in a hurry, not literally, but figuratively, because it is tight in there, and you've got to stay in character as a coach and stay in character as a team.
Coach, I want to ask you about a storyline that's emerged recently. 4 number 1 seeds, and some people are saying that's a result of NIL. The big schools are using the transfer portal and NIL to take away from the smaller schools. Yet a couple years ago, we had brand new Final Four teams. Where do you stand on the fact that we have 4 number 1 seeds? Is that a result of the new state of college basketball?
Well, it's a result of a couple things. Number one, these are excellent coaches. I mean, outstanding coaches that have done really great jobs of developing their teams during the year. Some have been older, like Houston, and Auburn has gotten older. Florida has done a great job with that. But it is a sign of the times. There's going to be another Cinderella. There's going to be somebody that's a 6, 7 seed, 5 seed, somebody like that makes it. But then they're not going to make it the next year because that team is going to get absolutely ransacked. And there's just too much money. There's too many players. I mean, you've got guys going from making $100,000 a year ago to $750,000 this year. You've got one that's on the verge of going from $200,000 2 years ago to $2 million this year. And those are there's countless stories like that. So when you have any type of success, it's like a small company that kind of hits it big. They're going to break it apart because the people can go somewhere else. But I do think there will be people that are able to develop the team that all of a sudden they kept a couple guys together and they move forward. But there will be no more Florida Atlantics that make the Final Four and keep their team together the next year. I just don't think that's going to happen anymore because the money is too great. And whatever's not there on the books is potentially there off the books. And that's a fact of life in this game too. And the bottom line is there's just too many opportunities for kids to change the short term of their life with real money that it's just that they won't be able to get at those other levels.
Coach Tom CREAN with us for just another minute or two, and we really do appreciate your time, your perspective on this, Coach. Away from basketball just for a second, I think a lot of people know this, but maybe we'll just remind them that you married into the Harbaugh family, which we got a chance to interview Coach Jim Harbaugh at the Super Bowl this year. Perloff and I have both been able to interview John Harbaugh at other points in the year. Do they use those phrases and all those sayings like in real life? Is it like around Thanksgiving, Christmas, you guys are doing who's got it better than us? Nobody. Like, is that real?
That's a great question. First off, you want the best interview the best Harbaugh, which is my wife, Joni. She's the most competitive. She's the best looking. She's got she's everything. But
of course, women, of course, yeah. Coach. We know, behind every great man. Yep.
Well, behind every great man is their mother, Jackie. So Jack and Jackie a lot of those phrases come from Jack. And if you listen to Joni and if you listen to Jim and to John, they grew up with those sayings. They literally did. Like, they'd be in a car going to a baseball game, or they'd be going on a recruiting trip. Like, they grew up with a lot of those sayings. So what happened is it became a way of life, and it became part of their vernacular. And it didn't just show up. Everybody adds something. But those guys and Jody, they've lived that. And so do they use them with their teams? Do they use them with the media? Do they use them in messaging? Absolutely. But again, the credit goes so much to Joni's dad, Jack, because he probably grew up the same way in his house in Crestline, Ohio. I mean, those sayings became a part of them. So do they walk around the house saying those things? I don't think so.
I mean, who's the best coach in the family?
I'm sorry?
Who's the best coach in the family? Because you guys, I'm sure you're all you're very respectful of each other's careers, but you all have to think you're the best, right?
Oh, I'd say everybody thinks they're better than each other, but nobody thinks they're better than Jack.
Got it.
So
the patriarch, yes.
Yeah. Oh, no. No one thinks they're better than him. Jim and John would go to the wall for that, as would I. So there's no doubt about it. I think I got the best Harbaugh and Joni, but the best coach is Jack.
Coach, thank you so much for the time. Again, we appreciate it. Coach Tom Crean, enjoy the Final Four, and we hope to catch up with you again.
All right, thank you. Anytime. Thanks for having me.
No, thank you, Coach Tom Crean, and who Final Four with Marquette. We could ask about Dwayne Wade there, multiple Sweet 16s with Indiana, and then Coach Anthony Edwards, the number 1 overall pick, who's now killing it in the NBA. You were a co-star with him in a movie.
Oh, Anthony.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of.
I'm true.
I didn't meet him. I met, of course, your boyfriend.
My
Hernan
boyfriend?
Gomez, Juan Hernan Gomez.
Juancho?
Yeah.
Juancho. I'll stand by that. That was a good vehicle for him, that movie.
For some reason, you were...
A lot of shirtless scenes with Juancho.
Not a fan of Billy Hernan Gomez?
He doesn't have that same guapo face.
Okay.
Yeah, it's funny. Maggie, I asked her, how'd you like my one line in the movie Hustle? She's like, you spoke? All I saw was Juancho Hernan Gomez shirtless, who, by the way, had a shirt on for only about 40% of the movie.
At one point, he plays this like pickup basketball game where he's in like these jean shorts. It's a little Top Gun, and he's got like boots on, and it's kind of like when they discover him.
Yeah.
It's when Adam Sandler discovers it on some random court in Spain. And
have you thought about what team you want to play for?
Don't ruin Maggie's vibe.
I'm sorry. Where was I? What is this? Is this a show? I've watched that scene a couple times.
Now,
just a couple.
Oh, all right.
By the way, I think
dozen.
You don't know my search history, and you never will.
So originally, you want to hear some behind the scenes?
Yes, please.
It was supposed to be the script from LeBron's company was China. So you're lucky you got, but Sandler, he won't admit this, wanted a vacation in Spain. Oh. So he found a Spanish player. He didn't want to go to China. He's
you could find a hot guy in China. You got a billion people there.
Sandler, most of his movies are where does he want his family to go on vacation?
And
he shoots in the
beautiful
summer.
actors do you want to kiss?
Oh.
It was Queen Latifah was his wife in this one.
But
Who's
usually
beautiful,
it's an Aniston or Brooklyn Decker
Julia
or
Fox.
My kids
Beckinsale.
they're on a Sandler kick right now. The woman in Spanglish, like he's dating nothing but
Selma Hayek.
Yeah. No,
not
it's not.
Penelope Cruz.
No, I don't think she's famous. Is she?
Now we're just shouting out actresses or Spanish.
I mean, Aniston, forget it. It's ridiculous.
Just yelling out random
just yelling out beautiful women who are
So her name is
Latino.
Paz Vega.
Paz Vega, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know her. Yeah. But he did date Selma Hayek in Grown Ups.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Knew she was in one of those.
Yeah, okay, like Sandman.
By the way,
sorry, I know you're a brilliant comedian. You're not getting Selma Hayek in real life. Although his wife is gorgeous. So.
For some reason, I'm like, man, I wonder if Tom Crean's hanging on to listen to how this interview ended. And we just go from him straight into our nonsense.
Well, it doesn't feel like the Harbaugh is the play. It's the most amazing thing I ever saw. I don't think it's the Harbaughs felt like we're already in that sort of, they feel like a movie character.
I mean, imagine you marry into the Harbaughs. Like, that's got to be an intimidating room to walk into.
Jack is terrifying.
But nice, right? A nice guy with football. I mean, they're football coaches.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure he's nice. He is terrifying. I think he visited the Dan Patrick Show set once and broke my hand. Actually, no, I never met Jack. Dan met Jack and said he was incredibly impressive, but stern. Like he's basically a coach.
And Crean's lunatic adjacent, and he becomes the fourth like the most sane of that group by joining that family.
Apparently.
I think John plays off pretty sane.
John seems...
John's a bit more mellow than the other guys, at least
John
on the surface.
plays sane, like it's some kind of facade that he's putting up.
I'd be more physically worried about John than CREAN. And like that's splitting hairs. Like they're both would whoop me, but like John seems like he's got some things like ready to come out.
Explosive anger just below the surface.
Yeah. Sorry, back to Wancho.
Sorry, I was looking up the scene again.
Jack's got old man strength. He would kill us.
Apparently, got to watch out for the women in the family. They're the most competitive.
We could do, by the way, very shallow. We could do Sandler love interests. We could do a bracket on that.
That's a bracket.
I mean, it is
He's made
a
100
crazy
movies.
list.
Drew Barrymore?
Drew Barrymore.
First Dates,
oh my gosh! All right, we'll
And
take a break.
what's her
on
face from Modern Family, who you love? Julie Bowen?
Yes.
Yeah.
What? Julie Bowen? Which movie was that?
Happy Gilmore.
Yeah.
She was Virginia.
That's Julie Bowen.
I had the same realization 3 weeks ago when we had this chat. It was incredible.
When she's walking with the pitchers of beer in his fantasy is the funniest thing.
In a scene that I was in, he was married to Susan Sarandon.
Oh,
and
right.
That's my boy. I mean, come on.
Susan
Sandman.
Sarandon, the best movie groupie of all time.
So Ranker has ranked all of Adam Sandler's.
Get them on the horn.
Is Aniston number one?
Catherine Murphy's number one on this list.
Oh,
Murphy? Who's that?
John a blank.
Dude, Virginia in Happy Gilmore in that happy scene, that shaped me.
And another board did this as well, and Salma Hayek was number one on this list. This list looks much better.
You're welcome, America, for Salma Hayek.
Now, his wife is in Big Daddy. That's how they met.
Yes.
She's a waitress.
So nice. So cool. She's in all his movies now, I think.
She was definitely in the more recent ones.
Oh, Brooklyn Decker. We forget about
No, I said her.
Decker, yeah, Decker's 10 on this list.
That's a wrong list.
Brooklyn Decker, supermodel, is 10 on this list.
Jennifer Aniston's 7.
Throw the whole list out.
That's the worst list ever.
Look, I mean, Kate
Bubba
Beckinsale's
Cunningham
3,
do that one?
Emmanuel Shariki.
Wait, did you say Kate Beckinsale?
Yeah.
What the heck?
Jessica Biel's 4.
Jessica Chuck and Larry.
Chuck and Larry.
Yeah, great movie.
Bridget Wilson is 6. I mean,
I've never seen Perloff this indignant.
This is top notch. This is
We
top
do
notch
sports-
talent.
we do
I was
sports
indignant
debates
until I
for a
started
living.
saying the names, and then I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
It's a generational list.
Bridget Wilson can't be ahead of Aniston and Brooklyn Decker.
Bridget Wilson is, she's only
Mrs. Pete Sampras.
Yeah,
Oh,
she's
my
a
gosh.
supermodel.
Yeah,
but
she's super smoking in Billy Madison.
That Veronica Vaughn.
Wasn't she the...
You know you haven't. But you can
You could
imagine
guess.
what it'd be. No, you didn't.
Bridget
I miss
Wilson
Chris Farley so much.
lost Matthew McConaughey to J-Lo in The Wedding Planner, I believe, right?
Well, that's a
but
movie. That's a work of fiction. Although J-Lo's pretty hot.
We're in rom-com territory. I'm sorry. I think I'm going to dominate you guys.
Jeez,
Maybe
I'm an
both can
idiot.
challenge me.
Yeah, you guys do love rom-coms.
Yeah.
Oh,
A
yeah.
lot more than the average man.
And I think...
No, we just admit it.
Is Drew Barrymore the only one that is in 2 Sandler movies?
No, Aniston. No, there's multiple Netflix movies.
I'm sorry. I don't count those ones. Those are like, I feel like a different... Those like an annex to his career.
Happy Gilmore 2 is not going to count in the filmography.
No, like
of Adam
Barrymore was
Sandler?
like she was cast in 2 theatrical releases.
By the way, Courtney Cox, too. I'm just thinking. She was Longest Yard.
Oh, yeah, The
What's it
Longest
go for?
Yard. Yeah. Yeah.
Julia Fox in Uncut Gems is
Oh, am I
top
Elton
tier.
John? I'm not wearing that.
That was like Julius. That was Julius Randle 2021. Like one random amazing year.
Is Longest Yard a Sandler movie, or was he just in it?
No, he was Sandler. He produced
He
it.
did?
It was
Okay.
Paul Crew, man.
No. I didn't know if that was from his company, or he just acted in it.
No,
it was,
Uncut
Madison.
Gems he just acted in, but he produced that one. This is Maggie's like, I got to get
You
the show
guys
back.
don't.
I gotta
No,
get the
she's
show
watching Wancho videos.
She's watching
She's
She's got her
fine.
Wancho.
Tim's
See,
dunk and
I
just
know.
went
She's like an
through
hour
shit.
into that movie.
We just
We're
went
good.
12 minutes about Adam Sandler.
Poured
thing
herself
is-
some wine. She's
awesome.
smoking a cigarette.
Dim the lights.
Her eye fell out.
It's oh God, that I am not Bruce. No, well, I appreciate Sandler because even though I'm a huge basketball fan, was not familiar with the work of Juancho Hernangomez until
You weren't familiar with Billy Hernangomez's brother? Come on.
Willie
You gotta be
Hernangomez, I remember.
Billy. You got to be a ball knower, Maggie.
Goes by Billy. It's true.
He does really. Actually, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Billy Hernangomez. Because they have German in them, so the W becomes a B and whatever. But yeah. You weren't familiar with the Hernan Gomez's?
Sorry, can we get back to
Once
Adam
again,
Sandler?
how is Manny single?
Jennifer Aniston and Drew Barrymore.
Let's get Tom Crane back on the phone. Talk more about the
after
Harbaugh.
hearing this.
He just broke his phone like it was a burner.
Tom, you like Jennifer Aniston or Courtney Cox? Who you
This
got?
sums up this whole show. We're talking about Emmanuel Shikri or whatever it is. You're bringing it back to the Knicks, jerks.
All right, we got to take a quick timeout. We'll come back.
Full
Bogusch has
circle,
got the
baby.
latest for us. Shador Sanders, Travis Hunter Pro Day on tap for today. So get your popcorn ready.
That's going to leave a mark.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back. Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. Set the stage here for what's going on this weekend before we get to Bogusch with the headlines. So you got Ovechkin home ice tonight against the Blackhawks. 2 away from tying Gretzky, 3 away from breaking the all-time goal scored record, Gretzky's going to be in the building and a lot of other luminaries. So that's going to be fun. Women's Final Four tonight. Men's Final Four tomorrow. Am I missing anything? Shedeur Sanders' pro day today.
All the baseball you want to consume.
Well, of course,
a lot of
baseball
torpedo
now.
bats on TV.
Injected into the biggest vein. Bogusch has headlines for us, though. What's up?
And my bad for not mentioning this anytime sooner, but a member of Pearl's harem of backup QBs got a new job yesterday. Case Keenum signing on with the Bears could make as much as $3 million to hang out with Caleb Williams. We also have Geno Smith's 2-year extension with the Raiders running through 2027, guaranteeing him $66.5 million, and the Cardinals locking up Pro Bowl tight end Trey McBride. It reportedly guarantees him $43 million.
What do you guys think of Case signing in Chicago? You have to admit, from a weather standpoint, this is an iffy move from the Kingdom family, because I know them very well. I mean, to go from Houston to Chicago, I don't know.
But where was he before Houston?
He was
in Buffalo.
In Buffalo, and he loved Minnesota. So I guess he adjusted to cold weather.
Where's Tyson Bagent, though? I thought he's the backup, and his dad, who won all those arm wrestling competitions.
So maybe Case is third string.
Oh, okay.
Because he was in Houston, too, because Davis Mills was ahead of him in Houston.
Well, actually, yeah, he got in first ahead of Davis Mills, and Davis Mills last. Remember, Case won a game. Was it last year or 2 years?
2 years ago.
Yeah, but I think Case is. And I don't think he'd have any problems. He's partly a coach, too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's there to mentor Caleb Williams, which is pretty cool.
It's going to kill his golf game, though, because I'm sure
that's
there's a lot of good courses in
Olympics
Chicago,
there, right?
But you can't play for that many.
Yeah,
months.
I know. That's what I'm talking about. I guess during the
Has
season.
he thought this through? Can you text him?
Yeah, no, but he played in Buffalo. You're right.
I know, and I bet his handicap went in the tank.
These quarterbacks are pretty dedicated
to golf, not football.
Yeah. You ever see Josh hasn't suffered at all. His game's amazing. Yeah. So
okay, back to Bogusch.
It was a potential playoff preview last night in LA. The Warriors won it 123-116 over the Lakers. Steph Curry scored 37. Now just a game separates them. LA still in front for the 4th spot in the West. Giannis with 35 points, 17 rebounds, and 20 assists in the Bucks' 126-113 win in Philly, and Ja Morant scored at the buzzer to get the Grizzlies a 110-108 win in Miami, snapping the Heat's 6-game win streak. The Cincinnati Reds are the first team in 65 years to lose 3 straight 1-0 games.
Is that bad?
Last night's came in Milwaukee. This is not what Terry Francona unretired for.
They're trying their ass off, maybe too hard. They're fighting, and we're not going to have a situation where it's us when we win and it's they when we lose. We'll do this together and we'll figure it out together.
Nestor Cortez threw 6 shutout innings for the Brewers last night in his first start of the season. He gave up 3 homers on his first 3 pitches.
I was there.
That was Saturday at Yankee Stadium. Last night in the Bronx, the Yanks slugged their way to a 9-7 win over the Diamondbacks. Aaron Judge, another homer, and 4 more RBI. And the St. Louis Blues tied their franchise record, 11th straight win, 5-4 in OT over the Penguins. They are now 2 points clear of slumping Minnesota atop the West wild card standings. Back to you guys.
Bogusch, thank you. With hockey in mind, we head to Mike, who's in Syracuse, wants to talk about Ovi chasing Gretzky. Mike, what do you have?
Well, here's one for the hockey numbers nerds. Currently, Ovechkin is 2 goals behind Wayne, and he has played in 1,485 games. Wayne's career spanned 1,487 games. So he's actually going to break this record or tie his record in as many games, which is it's kind of an anomaly. And although they're home in Chicago, I think he'll probably do it on the road in Long Island.
That's Saturday, right?
He's had 3 times as many goals against the Islanders than he has against Chicago.
Wait, I'm just trying to think about this. How many games was the season in? Was it still
82?
82 when Gretzky was playing? It
I
was
think
82?
so, yeah.
But anyway, it doesn't matter.
82.
This is crazy, and thank you for that note, Mike, about the games played, because we had Jason DeMers, who played in the NHL for 13 seasons, on the show earlier today, and he kind of said it. What Ovi's doing is harder than what Gretzky did, because the game is more competitive, more parity,
it's harder
faster.
to score.
Harder to score.
Yeah.
And just, I think this is kind of that sort of evergreen argument you can have about sports, about eras. And was it, I'm not saying Gretzky played against plumbers and firemen at all. Nothing like that. But just, is there a lot more parity now with 30 years of innovation?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that's changed, overtime rules have changed a lot through the years. I don't know if that's affected anything, but
yeah,
if that fact is true, that's amazing. Same number of games?
Same. Basically, right there. Wild stuff. EJ Stewart, thank you. Manny Rodriguez, thank you. Andrew Bogusch, thank you. Rami Levy, thank you. And Andrew Kaplan, who's still chipping in as well. Have a great weekend. Great week. See ya.
You're in a 5-minute break.